Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, early birds. How we doing? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. 'Tis another week. The sun is shining. It's World Cup week this week, believe it or not. The hype is in negative numbers, I think, for the World Cup. Surprising. First year in many that I've given almost zero shits about the World Cup. Frustratingly, I want to care about it because I'm it's the only football I tend to watch. But maybe
Let's
not
make
this time.
sweet,
We'll see, we'll
sweet
see.
profit together.
Donut, welcome in. Good morning to you. Telomere, how we doing? You liked the intro screen, yeah. I'm starting to get a little bit of flack for using AI too much for my graphics, but you know, what you're gonna do. Mr. Norton, good morning to you. My voice is still broken. A1, nice to see you. Good morning. I've just realised your gold total is absolutely skyrocketed since I last spoke to you. Euclid with the 44. Thank you very much for that, my friend. Appreciate that a lot. Good morning, good morning. The only part of the World Cup I'm following is the FIFA controversies. I know, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? Like, in true American fashion, it's no longer about how well they're doing something. It's about how much drama they're causing whilst they do it. It's kind of crazy. Margaret, good morning. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Chris, how we doing? Good morning. Yeah, the yeah, the shit show that is the World Cup is probably more amusing than the football itself. But that's later this week. I've Chris, this will amuse you. I had a bit of a problem, or I stumbled across a little bit of a problem at the end of last week, which is that all of my crafters are on the Horde side, and I made my druid with some good, solid advice, mind you. I made him Alliance. I made him Night Elf, or her, Night Elf for Shadow Meld purposes. The difficulty I had with that almost straight away was this was the character I planned to both farm all the lumber on and sell all of my decor on. The problem with that is that Horde and Alliance, via the fantastic add-on that is Trade School Master, that is critically important for a good lumber and decor operation, they don't talk to each other very well. Horde and Alliance characters don't talk to each other, so things like the crafting costs are not shared across faction, which is like wildly annoying. And there was a few other quirks that was slightly difficult. So I fixed the problem in the only way I knew how, which is I just made another druid. Quite simply, I just rolled another druid. Muthius has been born over on the NA. I just made another druid, and I didn't get much time to play over the weekend, but fortunately leveling characters doesn't take that long anymore. In between doing a few chores and, you know, nothing too much. Not, you know, in between a few odd activities, we kind of like get another druid up to 65, so it's all good. More druids is always more good, though. We can have one that can, you know, can now just do some transmog farming or something exactly, yeah. And now I've got one on the Horde side that can do more in tune with what I wanted it to. So it's all good. It's all good. You've got some stuff in the auction house. I need all of the gold I can get my hands on. Progress-wise, by the way, I know it's going to be a slow burn, but it's still a slow burn. Obviously, not playing over the weekend has kind of meant that zero progress has happened, but the this week we should start being able to farm up lumber. We're probably going to be in a position where we can farm up more lumber than we can actually do anything with it at the moment, because we're going to start being really, really limited on our lumber recipes, our decor recipes. So that's probably the plan for this week. This week is to get a little bit of seed money by doing a little bit of farming and start actually racking up those decor recipes. Because then we can start crafting a few things, getting them on the auction house and seeing what happens, you know? That's the plan. How we go doing this? How we go about doing this? I don't know. Oh, these are just expired, so right, this doesn't matter. Just random trash that I threw up on the auction house because it's better to have it listed than it doing nothing. That said, I might just leave it here for now. Yeah, what's the meta level for things like speed gear these days? There's a strong possibility we could just give this dude a speed set and then it can just farm a few dungeons. Having it be a completely spare bonus character now means we can kind of do 10 runs of a dungeon and then just leave it at the dungeon, right? It's just easy. Log on, bang out 10 runs, log off, move on to a different character. Having characters be sort of multi-purpose and do lots of things is kind of cool, but then you've got to deal with all the logistics that comes along with that. So maybe we'll just get a bit of speed gear on this druid and have it be a, you know, a little bit of a farming class character for us for a while, maybe possibly. At level 80, there's loads of things we can do, so it's no issue. The housing lumber helpers had a few useful upgrades if you're going to farm a bunch of lumber. Yeah, I've seen that. I actually switched that on yesterday just to have a little bit of a poke about with it and see what it was doing. Tarnished gear can get speed, otherwise at level 80 maybe the nightfall speed procs. Maybe. I'm wondering if I'm assuming the basics of a speed set are still the same. I'm assuming you still predominantly go with BFA gear, don't you? You get your Azurite necklace, and you get a few pieces of long strider gear. I'm assuming all of that is still mostly the same, I guess. I'm guessing that's mostly the same. What the are we doing in WOD? Well, this is the final chapter of a bonus druid that I've been leveling. Final chapter of a bonus druid. Because, more druids, more good, right? Isn't that the theory? I should be doing the Decor thing too, but too lazy. Honestly, I think this is the reason why Decor's going to make a whole bunch of gold. Because it is more involved than what most people want to do. Most people want to do nothing more than maybe fly around for an hour picking up herbs and ore. That's like the absolute bare minimum, you know, lowest hanging fruit, you know, easiest barrier to entry kind of goal making. And that's mostly what people will naturally navigate to. But because that, at least through, you know, midnight, is probably going to pretty quickly dip into like high single digits, 15k an hour maybe. Most people will just look at that and go, gross, don't like it. And then we'll just give up on trying to do anything else. Decor, though, has a much higher ceiling of opportunity, but it does require you to set some stuff up. It is definitely going to require a little bit more actual effort, which I think is the barrier to entry that might make it profitable for those that do it. At least that's my theory anyway. BFA gear is still the best, but it's a bit of a pain to farm up all the gear. Level 80 to 90 gear is also not bad speed-wise. And the cost is affordable if you can snipe them at low prices. Yeah. I mean, I'm not looking for hyper, super-duper mega performance here. I'm not looking to min-max a speed set. I'm just looking for a few pieces that, you know, can take your standard running speed to close to mounted speed performance for when you're messing about, running about in a dungeon, for example. Can you fall down here? You can. Yeah, we'll see. Snagging some quote unquote cheap speed gear would be my approach if I was on my EU account. On my NA account, though, I don't have the life luxuries of buying anything that's not absolutely essential. Every single penny of my gold has got a home and a place to where it needs to be spent at the moment. Dominantly on, as the title of the stream says, more decor recipes.
Peace, friend.
But we'll see, we'll see.
May the eternal sun shine.
Yeah, I would almost. I'm at the point where I'm more willing to invest time, I think, than I am gold, because I just don't have the luxury of lots of gold. We'll get there once we, and this is why I think getting some decor recipes nice and quickly this week is probably a play. Even if we have to sell a little bit of decor cheap just to get some revenue rolling, it feels like a good idea. I do, though, quite quickly need to designate half an hour minimum to each expansion just to get that 100, 150 of each lumber from each expansion. My tailor, actually, we started this last week. The tailor is nearly... I mean, I think I'm up to about Legion in terms of expansions with the tailor. And it's cost me pennies, literally pennies to do. So we're starting to get a bit of a handful of recipes on the tailor. They've been really cheap to get.
I'll take this Draenei back to Khadgar.
With them being so cheap, I should probably look at spending a bit to start at least crafting one of everything, really. Then we'll start having, you know, a handful of stuff that we can be listing and selling every day. I kind of want to, I was thinking about this, and I was wondering how many of each decor items I want to craft. And I think I've settled on 3. Now, this might seem a little bit crazy, but I actually want to craft 3 of everything decor-wise. Now, at the beginning, that's probably not going to be too hard to manage, because we don't have many recipes, so 3 of everything's kind of easy. Long term, 3 of everything's going to be a bit of a chore to keep in stock, but that's kind of the plan. Why 3? I want 3 of everything because I don't want 1 of everything. The reason I don't want 1 of everything is that if I have 1 item up for sale and 1 sells, I've got nothing for sale, right? Your shop's empty. You only have 1 and you sell 1, you've got nothing to sell. Done. I kind of used this same logic back in the day with Shadowlands Legendaries. I always stocked at least 3 of each Shadowlands Legendary. And it's for the same sort of reasons. If you only list 1 and it sells, you then don't have anything for sale. That means there's no chance to make gold, right? The advantage of the auction house is that you can post there for 12, 24, 48 hours and walk away. If somebody comes along and buys your thing after 30 seconds, it could be all that time until the next time you check the auction house where you have nothing for sale. If you have nothing for sale, you sell nothing. 2 is kind of awkward because if you have 2 for sale and you sell 1, you're still left in that same position that you've still only got 1 for sale. And 2 is also awkward when it comes to restocking. You still find you're doing just as many restocks when you try and stock 2 as you are if you only stock 1. Because you always try and stay to that 2. So I actually want 3. 3 I think is the sweet spot because you can post 3 of something, and if 1 sells really quickly, you've still got 2 up for sale, giving you strong chances of selling something else, or at least having something for sale. You then also are less worried about restocking, because if you stock 3 and you sell 1, then at least you've still got 2 up for sale. You don't have to worry too much about instantly restocking to keep things up for sale. So 3's the sweet spot for me. But that is eventually about 1,500 lumber of each type. once you have every recipe at your disposal, which that's a luxury we're not going to have for a long time, but it's a lot of lumber farming. It's a lot of lumber farming. It'll be manageable at the beginning, but it will get slowly but surely less and less manageable. And as it gets less and less manageable, what I'll probably end up doing is just actually raising the prices of my decor to slow down the sales, but to increase the profit per sale. Probably. I don't know. We'll see. Do the decor recipes mainly drop from No. Or pretty much all of the crafted decor they're trainer recipes, almost exclusively. In fact, I think exclusively trainer recipes. But you need to get each profession from each expansion about 80% complete. So where there's 75 levels in an old expansion's profession, you need to be like skill 60 to learn the decor recipes. So it's a lot of crafting. It's a lot of leveling old professions basically to do it. I bet you'll burn out before having 3 of all of them. Oh, I absolutely categorically know that it's not sustainable. That's kind of the point. Like, I want to start with 3 just because it's good at the beginning when you don't have many recipes. But once I've eventually got lots of recipes, I probably won't be too bothered about it as much. The theory is to try and keep at least, like, at the bare minimum, sort of 20, 30 pieces of decor listed at all times. Now, if I've only got 10 recipes, I need to sort of, you know, I need to fudge the numbers a little bit in my favour. There's logic to the madness. I just know categorically it won't be sustainable. But if you end up selling shit too quickly, then stop selling it so fast. You sell it so fast you can't keep it in stock. Well, that's a wonderful position to be. That's your hint to actually put your prices up. That's a luxury we're a little, you know, we're a little away from that just yet. Welcome in though, Goldson. Omni, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning to you both. And of course, Tulok, how we doing? Farming the wood and crafting's the easy bit. Selling it's the nightmare. It's auction house stuff. I do that in my sleep. Genuinely. Tinkering with the auction house stuff is not too problematic. That's where, for me, like, it feels like a bit of a solved problem. You know, you just tweak your TSM settings a little bit.
The Horde has
And I think, believe your journey with Decor will make people get into it, myself included. Well, I mean, partly the reason I've, you know, putting some focus on this in the stream is because we can see from a mile off that the value of spending large quantities of time with the crafting system in Midnight, the value of that ain't great. It's going to, while it may still make some gold, it's probably unlikely to be anywhere near as profitable as it was even last expansion. And I don't think many people thought that the War Within was super duper mega OP profitable in the first place. So knowing that Midnight crafting is going to be a bit of a challenge, and that old school methods of doing such might be starting to slow down. In, you know, concentration is already, if you're not doing alchemy, then what are you doing? You know, we're already getting to like hyper optimized stages, and we're 10 minutes into the expansion. Due to that, I think trying to find an alternative way to do something that is worth doing. And I'm just putting a few eggs in the decor basket right now. Using the logic that the new thing is usually the thing that is quite profitable. And decor is the new thing. It's not the newest of the new because it came out in December. But it made people stinky amounts of gold back in December. I don't think Decor's going anywhere anytime soon. I mean, Blizzard, this is Blizzard's baby that they're not just going to let it, you know, fade into the distance, are they? Let's be real. They're going to be doing...
How goes the fight?
Whilst a lot of people are probably thinking that the updates to decor and housing are pretty slow right now, you got to look at it big picture. Big picture, decor's been out 5 minutes.
I'd say we made an impact.
Sure, it came out a little bit before the Midnight expansion launched, but we're less than one major patch into Midnight. Now, just, you know, there will be updates to housing. As of right now, it's probably, yes, quite quiet. But there's no doubt in my mind that Blizzard are going to continue pumping it and pumping it and pumping it. And the more they do, and every time we have a wave of interest in housing in somewhat shape or form, crafted decor will pop off as well. Is PuppyCam broken? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Did it not go off? PuppyCam, hang on, let's full screen this for a second. See if, she is alive, honestly. She's just snoozing. She's she's quite relaxed this morning. She had a busy weekend in the garden. She was outside with us most of the time. Is PuppyCam not working though? You are right. PuppyCam doesn't seem to work. Oh no, that's not the one. Aha, there we go. It just needed a little refresh. Needed a cheeky refresh. Yeah, she's just snoozing. Solo and Nipso are in the house with Mrs. Manthias today. During the week, we tend to split the puppies up a little bit during the day because it gives everybody a bit of a break. Just a tornado of chaos when the puppies are together all day long. Fortunately, we've got the space to split them up a little bit. So, I think it's good for everybody involved. We need some sort of recipe, so let's just grab up a bunch of these. Quickly remove the health points from these fellas. Prices for the Dawn Crystals and the roots seem to be bouncing back a little bit. Well, I haven't been keeping my eyes on this particularly aggressively. But I think the influx of bot materials... Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Let's not tempt fate here, but it seems like the influx of bot material seems to have slowed down a little bit. Now, whether that means that accounts have been banned or whether it's like... I mean, let's not muck about here. There's just as strong a possibility that whoever's operating the bot farm has just like, there's a little bit too much heat on me at the moment. You know, we'll just keep this switched off for a couple of days. It's... The chances of the bot operators not lurking in the same discords or subreddits or, you know, they've got eyes and ears as well, you know. So whatever the status is, it does seem to be a little bit more chill at the moment. Here's to hoping that Blizzard have gone, right, yep, ban 5,000 accounts, who knows, but either way, yes. Materials are bouncing back a little bit. This is probably because lots of people have probably got some very cheap materials in pretty large quantities squirreled away now. And players will be more willing to just like drip feed them back into the market at more realistic quantities and prices. Or even just, you know, sit on them until next season, whatever they plan to do. You know, I will always advocate against bots, full stop, 100%, but there's also no denying that one of the smartest plays as somebody with an awful lot of gold is just to hoover up all of their materials. You know? It's up to Blizzard to ban them. It's up to Blizzard to make them go away, but anything they post on the auction house, unfortunately, is probably considered fair game.
Oh, wasn't that the prettiest thing?
Stockpile season's about to begin anyway. Yes, and this. We're at the point now where a lot of big goblins will also be like, right, what can I put away for season 2? You know, what can we do and where can we go with the just stacking up stuff? Can I spend, I made 30, if you know, you make 40, 50 million gold in season 1, how do you spend 20 million of it to do the same again next season? Well, you spend 20 million on materials smartly at the right time, so then you've got a bit of profit margin for next season. Another puppy, so they all have a... No. I was talking with Mrs. Manthias about this yesterday. There was obviously a short period of time where we had 4 dogs. But we both agreed that 3 is absolutely plenty. 3 is absolutely plenty. But 4 is definitely too many. I was content and happy to have 4 for a while because I knew it wasn't going to be for very long, and it turned out it wasn't very long at all. But it's yeah, 4's kind of crazy. Augment runes at 600 to 650. They've been weird, didn't they? Augment runes. They're bouncing about all over the place. They're really bouncing about all over the place. Season 2 for Augment Runes is going to be interesting because they didn't do what most people expected them to do in Season 1. But clearly alt army power and the fact that you appeared to get way more Augment Runes from the mission table this time round than we did in the War Within. You know, I don't think anybody really put science to that, but at least... it was either a combination of significantly more people running mission tables, and so there was more Augment Runes, or they were just turning up more frequently. Whatever the case may be, it doesn't matter really at the end of the day, does it? But there was definitely more Augment Runes knocking about, and they definitely didn't. They definitely didn't go to the 2,500 gold that people half expected them to. Plus, I think since day 1, there was so many people squirreling them away in Season 1 that they didn't rebound as much as people expected them to. I think they kind of got... They went back up to like 1,000 gold not so recently ago, but... I don't know. It's a weird, odd one. It's an odd market, this expansion. Again, not a market I'm willing to put too much faith into from a stockpile perspective.
You do the fighting, and I'll do the fixing. Now, let's get up on that tank.
Seems to be a little bit more volatile and a little bit less predictable than it has before. 740 over on NA for the Augment Runes. Yeah, it seems to be heavily tied to just how many patron orders people are doing.
There. I think we can climb up those chains.
I want to gamble on rank 2 Wondrous Synergist reagents. Oh, Gonson, you never learn. You never learn. Stop looking. Close your eyes. No, you seem to your investment strategy is it makes me giggle. It makes me giggle because you're willing to go like, you know, you're willing to turn it up to 11. And sure, you've had a few losses, but at the same time, when you win big. So, you know, it's the high risk, high reward.
I see the controls.
Prediction, they'll add recipes to burn moats because they're way too cheap.
Have you seen my wrench anymore? Walks off the starboard bow!
Looks like we arrived just
Hop into that
In my opinion, the single and people may not people might not be too willing to even listen to my opinion on moats at this point, but my thought on moats these days is along the lines of the fact that
we will do what we can, Thalen.
due to the fact that there is no way to convert into high quality materials in any way, shape or form, we don't have a 5-to-1 conversion, we don't have a thaumaturgy type system in place. The only physical way high quality materials are obtained, excluding Moxie bags. Moxie bags is the kind of the odd one out here, but Moxie bags I wouldn't say is particularly reliable. It's a nice bonus chunk of mats when you get a Moxie bag, but unless you're alt army crazy, they're not reliable. The fact that there's no conversion to high quality mats has kind of meant that herbing and mining for them is basically the only way, which has actually kept the value in herbing and mining better than what I expected it to be for quite a while.
Hold strong,
Which is
everyone.
where the just
Here they come.
steady, consistent supply of moats is coming from, right? It's purely down to the fact that there's never a shortage of them because they're always a byproduct of people looking for something more expensive, which is those high quality herbs and ore.
They're bringing up explosives! Destroy those cars before they get close!
But there's no denying, herbing and ore prices are definitely falling into a category where less people are willing to do it, which will have some effect on the supply, but I still got my moats bouncing around my mailboxes. In fact, thinking about it, they should all be being returned to my main character in the next couple of days. I'll have to ship them off again.
Don't you give up yet, Paladin.
But in my opinion, the maths is still there in terms of the fact that more moats are consumed than literally anything else. The issue is the heavy supplies of them right now is a chunk that's hard to burn through, apparently.
That's it! I've got her running! Let's finish this!
Getting the skill points for crafting this expansion is crazy slow. I mean, it's not really any different to what it was before, though, is it? Not by much. You still got your treasures. You still got your knowledge. Well, I suppose the knowledge books is a bit of a change. Knowledge books, or the lack of knowledge books for Moxie, is your kind of you're negative 30 on knowledge points overall.
The docks. Run to the docks.
But apart from that, it's pretty much apples to apples.
Come at me!
It's just that negative 30 by not having those extra knowledge point books.
Run!
Or negative 45 if you're a herbalist and miner, because you got 15, didn't you, for the books? Gathering professions.
Where now?
Head for the ships at the end of the road. This way. Go! Go! Go!
Hoping the Majestic mats have a bit of a bounce back up in Season 2. Decided last week to start stocking them. Yeah, they're another one that, you know, there's no alternative way to get them other than once a day trying to get them. So at the moment, the amount of people right now out there trying to get them once a day is more than enough to meet the demand, and so their price is pretty low. But once again, once Season 2 kicks off, the scale might tip on those again, which will bring the price up. No denying that the second Season 2 starts, everybody will get a new chest piece and want a new chest enchant, and then, hey presto, see you later, Majestic Hides again. But it's what the price does and how many people also come to the same conclusion before that.
With a familiar chill of the air.
If everybody starts stocking them, there won't be a shortage when everybody believes there's going to be a shortage, you know? Why? Oh. Do I actually have to follow? Oh no, they're just slow.
Drekthar, old friend, you are alive. These are champions.
Wait, hang
from a
on,
faraway
we're getting
realm pledged to
survival
fight the
instincts
Iron
and
Horde.
bark skin reduces something or other. More stats. All and raise consume up to 20 more rage and deal 70% more damage. That's good for the AoE.
Very well, stranger.
They will probably add more beasts in the new zone. That's a good point. Yeah, they could, in theory, add more majestic creatures, couldn't they? That's true. Always possible.
This is a savage land.
One of those. I probably wouldn't be squirreling them away.
Stronghold.
I certainly wouldn't be spending gold to go and get them, but if you've got a bunch of skinners, I would still be keeping up with your skinning. And then it's up to you just whether you sit on them and hold them or whether you sell them now. Or go the 50-50 approach, which is, you know, you can't lose really, can you? Sell half of them, keep the other half of them.
Gazlo
Like,
here oversaw the construction of Orgrimmar.
it's win-win really, isn't it?
Orgrimmar, the impenetrable fortress.
Wasn't it recent?
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
Okay. I can do that.
But yeah, speculation season is now is the time where the risk is the highest, but the reward is also the highest. So I'm not going to tell you a lot what to go out and do. You'll have to come up with these conclusions yourself. But like, at the moment, the risk is the highest, but the reward's the highest because whatever is about to go boom is probably at its cheapest possible price. The second, and I mean the literal second, we get a 12-1 PTR info, prices will start going up. We've seen this pattern happen so many flipping times now. It's, you know, frankly, it's an absolute given at this point. And then speculation season is often more lucrative than flipping sitting and waiting on them. If you buy early enough, you can often resell them to the speculators who turn up late. And then if you're really clever, there's technically a second wave of that happens shortly after the patch lands, but that's a little bit more risky. But yeah, there's no denying now is kind of the riskiest time because you don't know what's happening. But as soon as people are able to find out what's happening, the opportunity disappears quite quickly. I'm not convinced I'll be doing any of that shenanigans though. Some seasons I squirrel a few things away, some seasons I don't. I'm not convinced this is a season I'll do any squirreling. And honestly, it's because I'm just not as confident in what's going to happen this time. We need 3 more. You're 1, you're 2, and you're 3. Rank 2 vials dropped below 300 gold today. They were at a K a few weeks ago. Keeping an eye on them as we need them for cauldrons. I mean, I don't want to speculate on all of this too heavily, but vials are a byproduct of cheap ore. And cheap ore was one of the things that was turning up en masse for quite a few weeks by clear and obvious bot farmers. Which in turn had driven the price down of all of the intermediates that followed from a bunch of cheap ore. I don't know what the going rate is for high quality ore at the moment, but you know, silver and tin, I suspect is like 70-ish gold regular price. But it was turning up in massive quantities, sub 40 gold quite often. And you've got all of these fucking irritating bait 35 gold prices on the ore as well. Which what you might find is happening is that all of these people baiting 35 gold high quality ore are just waiting till they've got a stack, prospecting it, turning it into vials, and then selling those off cheap. And off the back of the fact that it's really not alchemy season anymore. You know. But then, you're right. What happens when it is alchemy season again?
Well met. Ancestors watch over you. Hail. Be careful.
Okay, doesn't want to recognize that one.
So, what's next, Commander? What you need?
Right, there we go. There's our garrison set up. Level 69. Do the WOD intro and Frostfire. Once you've finished everything in the Hillsbad Foothills, do the WOD intro. Once you reach Frostfire Ridge, do the entire quest line, set up your garrison. This gives you your garrison Hearthstone. You'll also want to finish the next few quests to kill ogres, gather supplies, construct a barracks, etc. After these 4 quests, the zone slows to a crawl, so you should instead fly to Gorgrond and begin the quest line there. I think by the time I finish this slightly efficient aspect of this, we might call it quits on trying to level this dude anymore. My gear's not great, but it's not the worst.
Me busy.
We can get 71, 72 from these easy quest lines.
My crew's always ready to work.
Alchemy season never ends? What do you mean? Well, interestingly, I mean, it's even with concentration propping it up. You know, it's still doing its bit. Yeah, should probably cast Mark of the Wild. In this cave somewhere, right? Is it you? There we go. All of this as well, why the hell not? That's why we're a Guardian Druid, right? But we're not happy. He's not happy. Thought about making my bags yesterday. Guess which price doubled in a day? It's always the case, isn't it? Whenever you choose to do something, that's when somebody resets the market. Like clockwork. Crazy what's happening with the Discord. Looks like they even got through the verify. Well, Discord bots are just annoying. Yeah, I agree. They are mostly annoying, but I've been keeping on top of it. My Discord's quite quiet at the moment. You know, end of season 1. Ooh, what's this? Oh, teaches Draenor herbalism. The Discord's quite quiet at the moment, but I've managed to somehow keep it so that the bots seem to be a little bit at bay at the moment. Like I said, there's part of me that's wondering just how much there's a strong possibility, right, with all of this, that there was enough talk and chatter within the community alone. even if Blizzard didn't, you know, do anything themselves, there is also, like I said earlier, there's the strong possibility that there's just so much attention and heat on them right now from the player base itself, that it might just be a bit of a natural deterrent to them doing too much right now. You know, they could just put the operation on hold for 5 minutes. I mean, that doesn't mean they won't come back, but, you know, at least helps temporarily.
For the Dark Spear.
I'm all yours, Commander.
But I don't know, I don't really truly understand the scale which these, you know, bots are clearly operating at. The theory floating around is that it's a good few hundred accounts at bare minimum, which I could easily believe. What the bot's doing exactly?
So, what's next, Commander?
Well, the Discord bots are just kind of like they're joining my Discord and other community Discords just in bulk, right? So 20 or 30 of them will just turn up in the space of an hour. They don't seem to really do anything or say anything particularly, although I've put settings in place so that they can't randomly start spamming all of the channels, although some of them do slip through occasionally. But the main thing that they seem to be doing now is they're spamming people via DM. They're just messaging everybody in the Discord, because they're just assuming that everybody in the Discord might be interested in buying gold. And so they're kind of, you know, they join Discords, they don't spam the Discord itself, then they start spamming people via DM, which is a little bit more difficult for the Discord owners to, like, spot, although they very quickly get flagged as suspicious accounts by doing that. When they get flagged by suspicious accounts, then I can, you know, go through and ban them all. Or what we've been doing in the last couple of weeks is just straight up seeing this big chunk of like 20 or 30 clear and obvious bots join, and I just delete them all before I even have any proof of the fact that they're doing anything. A few natural traffic has, you know, got caught in the crossfire, but for the most part it's fine. Yeah, they're just taking the user list of everybody that's in the Discord and then just spamming them all via DM. It's kind of annoying, but they joined the worst Discord community before that. No real goblin would ever buy gold, especially not in our community. Well, you say that, but you've always got to remember that it's the most silent members that are the most susceptible to that sort of stuff, right? There's between the TSM Discord, my Discord, K-Chak's Discord, there's probably thousands of people who lurk in those Discords that aren't really big talkers, but they're just taking in every little snippet of information they can in order to make gold, and there's a very strong chance at some point some of them are quite susceptible to buying gold. The logic's not flawed. the logic's not totally flawed that these are places where people might be buying gold. I mean, they're probably, in marketing terms, a warmer lead than that of just some random other WoW-related Discord. Because at least you know they're interested in gold. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be here. Some people are interested in it because they would like to make it legitimately, but some people are also interested in it for long enough to realise they don't enjoy making it legitimately and would probably quite happily buy it. So... that's not where the cave is. I don't know Frostfire Ridge at all. I never did this as Horde back in the day. The Alliance variation of this, I can do it with my eyes closed, but the Horde one, I ain't got a clue where I'm going. What you could do, though, not sure if the setting still exists, is stop people from seeing the user list for newly joined. If it is a setting, I don't know where it is. It's not visible if that's the case. But there is a setting to restrict people from DMing. I mean, it's probably the same setting, just with different text, but either way, to my calculations at least, it's a little bit more under control now. Oh, why is me flying gone all weird? Yeah, this is on US right now. We're on the NA realms. This is a bonus druid. Just for bonus druid for reasons that are kind of not that justified, honestly. Basically, TSM doesn't talk cross-faction very well. And as ridiculous as this sounds, having TSM working flawlessly is kind of required for
What do you need?
a good decor setup. So, right, are we at the point where we're meant to stop doing this now? What point did it say to stop doing this?
What do you see?
You also want to finish the quests where you kill the ogres, gather supplies, construct a barracks, and rescue Olin Umberhide. After these 4 quests, so the zone slows down to a crawl. Is this the part where it starts to...
Who's there? How goes the fight?
I think we can call it here anyway. I'm relatively happy to not worry too much about it from this point. Only had 1 DM from a bot on your Discord so far. Well, yeah, I've tried to keep it under control over the last few weeks. Okay, yeah, now when we go over here, we're probably not continuing, are we? Saw some posts in Classic. They have a wave of bots swarming in. Can it be connected? I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't know the full ins and outs of it, but what you often tend to find is that bots don't like to step on
What
each
is
other's
that?
toes so
I see
much.
fortress of
A bot
stone.
farm is
Great
usually
square
owned by
citadel.
a
Once
few
far-flung
individuals.
outpost of the Ogre Empire.
Um,
If our people are to have any hope to survive,
and
we
they're
must
often
rout the
very
ogres from their
competitive.
stronghold.
Very, very competitive. And so you might find that if somebody is predominantly botting retail right now, somebody else might go over and claim classic or vice versa.
What is this? Why is he?
Clients
You
guy
are
spamming in
alive.
Discord.
Lead us to Durotan, old friend.
Wait, what? Oh, you taking the piss? Literally just as I said. Literally just as I said. Typical. Somebody deliberately trying to prove me wrong. The irony. The irony. Well, they're gone.
Frostwolf blood runs thick.
Yeah, I think we're sacking this bit off now. Right, okay. In that case, then, this dude at level 71 is probably good to go. He's probably good to switch off and do some proper lumber farming now. Where's this one? Now we want to take a little bit of a look at what lumber we got. How does this thing work then? Wasn't there a way to show like all the lumber you've got? Lumber inventory. So here we can start to see how much lumber we've got for each of the different expansions. And what I need to do, queued housing crafts from TSM shows recipe details, profit, and lumber requirements. Interesting. Is that going to go from TSM crafting? Decor's not a searchable term, but okay. TSM's starting to track some stuff now. That doesn't seem to link in with this. I wonder if this works on a character by character basis. Lifetime profit tracking for housing, decor, crafts, and auction house sales. Crafting cost is the TSM materials versus the actual auction house price minus delta. No craft a housing decor item to start tracking. I'm going to assume this is all on a character by character basis. Stats. Aggregate lifetime crafting stats, sell-through rates, total invested versus revenue, net profits, ROI, and top performers. Oh, that's interesting. Total lumber harvested, nodes harvested, double drops, triple drops. Oh, it's even tracking this now. I've not had this switched on for a while. Or should I say I've only just really switched this on. But now we can start getting some stats on this, I guess. quite interesting. I got shocked when I checked my lifetime lumber collected. I'd imagine it's in the thousands, many thousands. Stop touching wood, start touching grass. Okay. I need to do probably Wrath of the Lich King. I've got some TBC lumber. Oh, it claims oh yeah, it's in the warband. 70% of the way to my target. What's my target? What's my target? Goals? 250. Interesting. Switch off midnight for the moment because this account doesn't have midnight. Okay, to Northrend. Do I want to do Northrend with Throw Me Time on to gain some cheeky experience whilst we do it? Also mean that mobs will attack me. I don't know. Where am I going for lumber? We're going Ungaro Crater, aren't we? Ungaro Crater. Am I going to get annoyed by too much stuff in Ungaro Crater? Let's go there and see. We can always turn war mode off if it becomes tragic. Right. Out of curiosity. Professions. Mining, leveling guides, Northrend, go. Let's do half hour in Northrend, get a little bit of wood. Get a little bit of wood. Dalaran Crystal Song Forest 1. There we go. Is the sale rate for Decor better than Transmog? Oh, for sure. Without question. By a factor of lots, I would imagine. Decor is Blizzard's new baby. People caring about Transmog is, you know, they either do or they don't. Transmog is about having the right items in the right place at the right time. It's more about consistency than it is literally anything else these days. People trying to predict Transmog markets, I think, are just kind of shooting themselves in the foot a little bit. To know. I think Transmog is just more about keeping the items listed. And if, you know, if somebody comes along and wants the appearance, or, you know, and they buy it, then great. If not, relist it again tomorrow. Decor, on the other hand, though, there is viable reason that with Decor being brand new, there should be a relatively steady supply of people coming through, at least interested in it. Oh, it does recommend Sholazar Basin for leveling mining as well. Herbalism's in this little house, isn't it? Let's grab herbalism while we're here.
Hello.
Hey there. Have a good
Not
one.
that my goal is to level herbing and mining, but we might as well be working on it. I deal with both Mogs and Decor. Decor sells faster. Transmog also sells, but it's just a lot slower. And I have a big inventory on multiple realms. I have the numbers. Yeah, this is it. This is it. It's like I said, more, way more about just consistently keeping it up for sale. Whereas Decor is brand new to Midnight. Look how many new players or veteran players to Midnight are at some point considering tinkering with player housing. Whenever they're playing around with player housing, there's always the chance that they're going to look at buying something. Is my logic to it anyway. Do I have Old Wind lumber being properly tracked? Let's see. Yes. Beautiful. The herbs, on the other hand, it might... Oh yeah, there we go. Do I have to have this open? Let's put it over here either way. I do need to remember that everything is going to be an equal level to what we are. So if we grab aggro, we have to fly away. Like that one, for example, is just not happening. I'm not hanging about. How we dodge that, I've got no idea. Should move the minimap to save your neck. Yeah, this character now probably needs a little bit of a UI overhaul. My NA account doesn't have my map in the middle. Oh wait, doesn't this have a compass UI thingy? Yeah. Let me see if I in any way, shape or form enjoy this. Let's see. I tend not to, like Farm HUD, for example, I'm not the biggest fan of. What's this thing round the top? It's trying to tell me where to go. Sure. Ding. We'll get to 80 just by we'll get to 80 just with gathering. I think from this point on. Right, I'll do a quick 20 minutes, half an hour here, I reckon. Just start grabbing a few bits and pieces. Actually, do I have... Haha, this character's not going to have stinky bright potions. Inky Bright Potion. Because in NA right now, it's the middle of the night. So we need to make shit a bit brighter, you know? I also didn't like Farm HUD's UI for the radar, but it grew on me. Now I can't farm without it. I don't know what it is about it. It kind of gives me like a weird vertigo kind of feeling. But I guess I can test this out for a bit, see how it feels. At least this is an easy switch it on, switch it off. I tend to fight. I don't know if it's something about how and where you focus. Because when you look at a mini map, you're looking at something different. I don't know. I think it's maybe the trying to look at two things at once causes my brain to go just explode. Where's the herb? Where's the herb? Oh, it's literally there. I would absolutely be better off, by the way, not picking up herbs and ore. Like, by quite some considerable margin. Picking up herbs and ore is just a massive waste of time. If you are purely trying to get as much lumber as you can in the shortest possible amount of time. Ooh, in Crush. Rares are worth paying attention to. Rares back in Wrath of the Lich King are actually rare. Hunter's probably sad right now because he's kind of a cool hunter pet, but it's less stressful to look at something static than something that turns with you. True. Not as cool as Locke. Well, yeah, true. He's also just as annoying to farm. It's the same zone, though. He spawns in a few places around here, doesn't he? Spent flipping ages trying to find him on my hunter. Genuinely days and days at a time trying to find him. The only ore I really need to keep my eyes open for here, though, is titanium ore. That one probably is worth picking up. And kind of why I wouldn't mind leveling my North End mining just because of titanium. It'd be a pain to get. Herbalism's basically pointless, but it's easy experience points right now. Oh, the map completely disappears when you get in combat. Okay. Oh, okay. It reverts back to the old map as soon as you get in combat. That's weird as hell. I think titanium's harder to find than corium. I think titanium's all about winter grasp, isn't it? From memory. It's a rare. I think it's a rare spawn of Saronite in the first place. It doesn't have its own spawn node, so it's kind of the same as corium. I think they use the same system, but for some reason Wintergrasp seems to be better for it. But at least these days, I don't know if Wintergrasp is half as good for lumber. This zone's been goated for me for lumber. I can get 250, 300 lumber an hour here if I'm paying attention. And there's enough Sauronite nodes out here to kind of like keep me busy. But yeah, I do kind of agree. Titanium's harder to, or if it feels, to me at least, it feels just as hard. Genuinely wish there was some way for like map add-ons to like give the nodes different colors on a mini-map depending on what they are. But that's not cooked into the game. That would be something Blizzard would have to do themselves. That's going to be hard to get without a fight. Yeah, I'm not sure I prefer this. Not sure if I'm a fan. It's one of those that when you actually end up when you know the zone well enough, you start to remember where all the spawn nodes are anyway, and you don't really need map at all. But I'm sure it can be vibe coded somehow. No, there's nothing in the game that gives add-ons any sort of indication to what the node is. I mean, the closest possibility would be if an add-on then, you know, does some sort of extra processing on top, but I don't think that's probably gonna be the thing. I think it's a problem that many people have tried to solve before, and the fact that we're 20 years deep and nobody's done it leads me to believe it's probably not a thing that's possible. Yeah, I gotta switch this off. This is making my brain hurt. Genuinely making my brain hurt. Give me back my normal map. What I might do, start considering putting together a slightly better farming. Could always steal my one from retail, my EU realm. I mean, the alternative is I just steal this for now. Save that for now. It's easy enough, isn't it? Maybe the big brains that work for the Race to World First Guilds can do it. I mean, if they can, fair play, but they're probably busy. I'm going to assume they're busy. Still claims Coldwind Lumber's 330 gold each. I know Coldwind Lumber, or Northrend Lumber in general, Northwind Decor I should say, Northrend Decor has a couple of pretty spicy crafting costs on the Decor, which are not probably totally accounted for with my lumber price. So Coldwind Lumber's probably not quite as juicy as what the estimated value of it appears, but keep coming back to this one. It's got the wasp. I'm just going to kill the wasp. Yoink. This is not something I'm going to test right now. But with how much you can get levels like genuinely competitively fast by just gathering these days. Now, if you were to pick a zone that is very, very, very densely populated with herbs and lumber, I genuinely think you could competitively level a character. Maybe not earthen level speeds, but not far off, you know. Because if you were able to just absolutely bang out, gather, and not stop or go between different zones and stuff, just switch Chromie time on and just gather, and you'll eventually ding level 80. You make gold at the same time. I mean, I leveled there doing nothing but gathering in 12 minutes. Plus I spent half of, you know, I was changing UIs and doing all sorts of shit, right? I reckon if you just went ham with it, you would actually level, like, scarily fast. Oh, hello, Titanium. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. What's Titanium on NA these days? 100 gold apiece. We'll take 100 gold apiece. Don't mind 100 gold a piece at all on titanium if we can find a bit more of that. Never really... I mean, I can speculate why titanium is still worth. I think the Titan steel bars still end up creating enough transmoggy kind of stuff that there's relatively steady demand for the titanium bars still. Would be my best guess to why titanium still has value. I know technically you can prospect it and get powder, which is one of the easiest and quickest ways to get the old jewel crafting recipes. But that's a real niche collector only kind of problem. Not one that I think makes a big difference. The rhino sat on my herb. Keep it. Ooh, a frost lotus. Oh, you're worth like literally 4 gold these days. Ah, sure. How those times have changed. Pretty sure Frost Lotus had a boom in value at some point. I can't remember why. Maybe it was the lumber speculation. Maybe it was the pre-housing speculation boom on old mats. Maybe it was just more of a case people were just flipping it until it was stupid money. Pretty sure I remember Frost Lotus being like 500 gold a piece or something stupid. Was that Black Lotus? Oh. Maybe it was Black Lotus. Maybe I'm getting my lotuses mixed up. Lotuses this is? Loci? I don't know. More titanium though. Hello. Ore and a gem. That lumber's too contested. Leave it alone. Right, how long will we be doing this? 20 minutes. Oh, we've only looted 35 lumber. Oh, Jesus. Pick up the pace. Slacking. Big slacking. Go away, go away, go away. Oh, where's the lumber? Oh. Ink. See, already we're over halfway to the next level. Telling you, if you actually went ham, properly deciding. I mean, you'd need heirlooms, because otherwise you'd get your gear would get so far left behind so quickly. You need heirlooms to like keep at least your core gear on par with what your level is, but. Rule 1 in lumbering, the axe is always on the other side. It is. It is. That's why interact keys is God. Spam the interact key. And you'll pick it up through the tree if needed. I mean, I know I've got a bit of a route on screen with Zygo right now, but for Ungaro Crater, Sholazar Basin, I tend not to really bother with much of a route. I just fly around the edge. There tends to be more than enough on the go, just flying around the edge. You can sort of dip in and out to the middly bit, but I tend not to bother. I don't know what it is about this zone as well, though. Like, there's a weird sense of nostalgia farming in this zone. I don't know why. Amount of time I've wasted trying to find that little axe. Yeah, trying to find it to click on it, I wouldn't bother with. Just bind a keybind your interact key, and as long as you're within like 2 yards of it, you can be on the other side of the tree. You can spam your interact key, and you're good. Like this now, for example. It works on treasures through walls and all sorts of stuff. It's kind of really powerful. Oh no, we've pulled a dude. We'll leave it. I don't want to start a fight. It's the same flipping one again, isn't it? Oh, double. Ha! 4 levels. It's too easy. Maybe I'll shoot for 100 lumber. Get 100 Colwyn lumber under our belt. I'm not particularly farming overly fast right now. 100 lumber. That one's always too contested. Get 100 lumber and then we'll move on. And, well, I mean, to be fair, we should probably see if we can do something with the lumber. I'll see how far my tailor's got. Where's the... Oh, it's there. Please don't aggro the bird. Okay, aggro the dragon. As soon as we ding level 80, we can just turn chromie time off. And then we don't have to worry about mobs. We'll just moonshot, one-shot them. They update chromie time to level 80 already. Yeah, chromie time goes all the way up to 80. I've got chromie time switched on now. So all of the mobs are scaling to me. But the fun thing is it also scales the XP you get from gathering as well. So this is why chromie time plus gathering druid is pretty quick. Probably not world record breaking leveling speed, but it's easy enough. Can you multi-box the lumber nodes? Yeah. Yep. Entirely possible. They act the same as normal herbs and ore, so you can tap them technically, I think, up to 10 times before they disappear. Alone. Damn. Okay. Right, well, if this is going to be competitive, let me just kill everything. Get that lumber and the ore. I've heard enough, I mean. Yeah, I've seen people posting screenshots of some absolutely filthy, you know, absolutely filthy multi-boxing of lumber. Because, you know, you can get some pretty crazy results from it. That realistically, as far as I'm concerned, is probably... I mean, if you really wanted to go in on lumber, and you wanted to do like what I was talking earlier, which is to keep like 2 or 3 of each lumber, each decor item pre-crafted, to self-farm that quantity of lumber, you'd quite quickly start looking at multi-boxing it. I'm going to be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of multi-boxing it, for the reasons that I tend to think that you will very quickly harvest reports multi-boxing lumber, just like you would if you were multi-boxing herbs and ore. Nothing against the rules, but you will absolutely farm, you know, right-click reports from people that either just don't like what you're doing or don't know what you're doing, because it looks sus as hell, you know. Scared me with the VOD title. I thought you switched to collector challenge. Oh god, no, we're not collecting all the decor stuff. That would yeah, that's a different story. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Beautiful. Oh, and we got a double on it. Nice. with automated bans sounds scary. Yeah, this is my big problem with multi-boxing out in the open world for things like gathering. I know, I 100% understand there's nothing against the rules in doing it. But automated bans are a thing. And if you look like a bot, you'll get reported for being a bot. And there is nothing more bot-like than a chain of 5 druids, you know? Whether you are controlling them and whether you're doing it legitimately. It just, unfortunately, it looks sus. Hence why I don't do it and don't really recommend it. But if people want to, that's up to them. Stop picking up all these herbs and ore. Too distracted by shiny things on the map. To be honest, I should probably just switch off herb tracking. If I switched off herb tracking, I wouldn't see any of it and it would probably be fine. Is there any herb that I actually care about in any way, shape or form from Northrend? I don't think there is. No, you go away. Care about ore, so I'd want to continue to track the ore because the titanium nodes are worth, but everything else I think is just a distraction. $10 boxing herb mining and BFA, they were the days. I mean, there's also the other element of it. Like I said, you will just farm hate from the community. Like, it's difficult, right? Because, like I said, there's nothing against the rules of doing it, but you even like for many people, you even mutter, you know, Najatar Druid multi-boxing. And like people are throwing shit at you before you've even finished your sentence. This is why I have multiple accounts, but I use it for like quick and easy auction house work and stuff, and leveling alts and a bit of rare farming and this sort of stuff. I try not to. I try not to push the limits with it too much because yeah, you just harvest. You know, harvest reports and people not liking it. Well, they changed the rules on multi-boxing partly because when they allowed input broadcasting, it was just a free pass for botting. You know, they're like, I still to this day 100% truly believe that legitimate players multi-boxing is not the problem. The issue is it's one tiny little script, one tiny little software away from being fully automated and botted. So, you know, the first thing they clearly had to do was say, right, well, now you can't broadcast your inputs across multiple clients. And they clearly, at the same time as saying you can't do that, also started tracking exactly who was doing that. And the issue they probably had is they were probably struggling to tell, right, is this person doing this legitimately or is this person actually botting it? It's so goddamn close. So close. Now, Blizzard doesn't want to falsely ban people who are playing the game within the rules of the game. But at the same time, if they want to be constructive in any way, shape or form about stopping bots, you know, sometimes they have to change the rules. Maybe make policing it easier. We're up to 68 lumber so far. Still only doing 120 lumber an hour. This is kind of really, really poor. Really do need to stop picking up these herbs. Every time I stop to pick up a herb, it's like just straight time wasted that could be picking up more lumber. Where the hell is the damn thing there? Yeah, even these Frost Lotus aren't worth picking up. I might actually completely sack off herbalism. Tracking. How do we do the tracking thing? It's this one, isn't it? Track. Find herbs. Switch you off. If I don't see the herbs, I can't get distracted by them. Or on the other hand, is still going to be my Achilles heel. Even picking up Saronite is worth it because of how titanium spawns. If with titanium being a rare spawn of Saronite, you still want to pick up the Saronite nodes, because that gives you the chance for them to respawn as titanium ones. I farm the Coldwind lumber under Dalaran in the Crystal Forest. Yeah, it's nice and pretty there, isn't it? There's less trees. And it's, you know, incredibly close to an easy portal. I don't know, I just kind of weirdly like this zone. Scribe uploaded a YouTube video a month ago talking about this. What about multi-boxing? Even the Race to World First guilds are, you know, kind of understand the grey area around it, because they obviously use it pretty you know, they're multi-boxing pretty aggressively. Because, surprise, surprise, it's very efficient. It's, Blizzard told them they could not basically alt-tab or use macros to swap windows. They could not alt-tab or use macros to swap windows. Yeah, macros probably not. I mean, a nice 4K monitor and, you know, 5 accounts on your screen, you just click in the 5 windows. It's not rocket science. If you got a link to that video, I'd be intrigued, because somebody like Scripe is going to have, you know, from the horse's mouth kind of info on it. Like I said, not that it matters. I kind of know the rules and regulations, but... It's 30 minutes long. Oh, okay, that's a watch it while eating breakfast kind of video. Are you in the Discord? If you are, do me a massive favour and just link it in the Discord somewhere. That way I'll actually remember. I don't think I can get away with watching a 30-minute video on stream right now. How many is this? 77. Even only farming, what, 125 lumber an hour this little tracker seems to be claiming right now? We're doing nearly 50k. Nearly 50k an hour. So you think if we were actually pushing, ignoring all of the flipping herbs and all, but pushing like 200, 250 lumber, you'd double that. You're back up to nearly 100k an hour still. Like sure, you've got to turn it into decor and you're going to have maybe 20k of crafting costs to use that 250 lumber. So, alright, maybe not 100k profit, maybe 80. Oh, boo-hoo. Like I say, I'm still convinced lumber and decor, generally speaking, is a gold mine. Absolutely convinced of it. You might need to. I've recently put some verification. Just jump into the verified channel and click the button. Then you can chat wherever. If you haven't chatted in there for a while, it's a new feature. It's a it's a surprise, a bit of a bot prevention tactic. I'll get that one easily. Which way am I going? This way. This way. But yeah, even if you have to spend like 20k in bonus materials to craft a few Northrend lumber stuff, like, sure, instead of 100k an hour, you get 80k an hour. It's like, sure, you still have to sell the decor, but I can pretty safely say that there's basically never a scenario where the decor doesn't sell. And what you do eventually is and I just genuinely don't think most people who have tried to make gold with decor have really even got this far into the process. I think you need to get as far into the process to where you have basically every single crafted piece of decor crafted and for sale, and then all you're doing is you're refarming the lumber to recraft the items you sell. Then the game, the economy on your server is going to tell you, like, for free, right? It's going to tell you what sells and what doesn't, and you just recraft. Post it in Content Corner. Thank you very much. That's appreciated. I'll have a little, I'll watch that while I eat some dinner or something later. I think you just recraft what has sold, and then, because one of the big questions with decor has been, well, what decor sells best? Well, there's an easy way to find out what sells best. Craft one of everything, and then see what sells. And just recraft the stuff that sells. There's a little bit of an upfront cost of finding that out. I mean, that research isn't exactly free, because it means you have to cover the cost of crafting one of everything. And you have to farm the lumber to cover one of everything. But as soon as you have done that, it's cash in the bank, because from that point on, all you're ever doing is recrafting the stuff you sell. And then, you only then need to farm the lumber to fulfill your recrafts. And you let the market dictate to you where the profit is. You don't have to worry about it. Your job then is just keeping the shelves full. And if you start burning through 4 times as much Legion lumber as you do some other lumber, you can either do one of two things. Either go and farm more Legion lumber, knowing that you need to put time and effort in that area, because the game's literally telling you. Or you can consider doing other things, like, am I selling the Legion lumber too cheap, for example? Could you possibly put the prices up per lumber and still sell more? Or is it that you're selling it all too cheap? Is it that some, flipper is buying it all off you to just spread it out somewhere else, and that's why you sold a bunch? Or
Is that your wallet?
you just use a
You
bit of
just glad to see me.
simple market analysis
Both,
from
I
that point.
hope.
But do it based on your own sales. Easy. Derp was 60 months. Yo, that's genuinely, I think that might be the first 60 months, In fact, I'm pretty sure that's the first 60 months. That's actually ridiculous that I've been streaming that long on Twitch in the first place. And it's double ridiculous you're on a 60-month streak. My man, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Imagine not having gold. I know. We're simulating being poor right now. My poor NA account is not very healthy yet, but we are getting it there. Where the flip? Oh, it's there. Mr. Derpalicious, how we doing? Are you all good? Are you still banging out 24-hour shifts left, right, and centre? Or are you, you're a little bit more chill these days? In before the I've just finished one, actually. You're on the American Housing Challenge to show them how it's done? Thinking about it. Yeah, we're getting there slowly. Welcome in, Scope Killer. How we doing? How we doing? I mean, I'm of the kind of belief that until I've done it myself, it's all theory. And what better way to put the theory into practice than to just go out and do it? Just go do it. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Okay, that was a bit annoying. Oh, you're studying again at the moment? Well, there you go. You spend more time in schools than American shooters. Still lurking around every now and then. Continuing the endless golem grind. I mean, it never stops, does it? It's one aspect of WoW that truly doesn't actually ever stop as well. Because you've got, you know, most other seasonal aspects of the game. You know, you hit your IO score, or you get your mythic boss kills, or, you know, there's usually a fit. Most other aspects of this game have a sort of natural conclusion or a finishing line, even if that finishing line moves from time to time. Goal making, collecting, this sort of stuff technically never finishes. Dark Manthe peeked there for a second. Ah, it's just a light-hearted joke. I actually enjoy studying. I know, it's weird. Yeah, I don't. I never went to university at all. Now, the long tail issue with that is that, you know, I usually end up with significantly less qualifications than anybody else any job I've ever applied to. I've always been very much in the underdog status. I mean, I've made it double hard for myself that, like, when the day comes that I sack all of this in and look at getting a legitimate, proper, normal person job in Finland, I'm actually fucked, by the way. Like, mostly down to the fact that every single person in this country not only has a degree, they have some sort of master's. Because this country is amazing and gives you significantly high level of education, and so 90% of people are smart enough to jump on it and take it. Which means, I mean, it comes with its own problems. It comes with its own problems that you've got people working at McDonald's with flipping university degrees, which in theory shouldn't make sense. So, you know, there's issues there as well, but my main reason, there was a few reasons, some a little bit more personal that I'm not going to go into on stream, but like there was some significant, one of the significant reasons I didn't go to university was for the simple fact that by the time I'd finished high school level education, I was so done with studying. Like, so done with sitting trying to read something and learn something out of a book. Unfortunately, I'm old enough that most studying, when I was of age to be studying, was fucking just terrible. Read this textbook and pretend to be clever. It's like, oh, it drove me into insanity. What be doing with it? Thought of going to university for 3 or 4 years to basically have to listen to some dude yab it on for 3 hours and then go read a textbook. Yeah, no. No. If you can find some enjoyment in it, and you can do it in a way that's sort of, more proactive and more likely to stick, then fair play, though. Back on the grind to make that 10 mil after giving up WoW and multi-boxing for probably most of a year. Now just casually on one account, Andy making gold, slowly grinding. Fair play. Keep up with it, man. Get some enjoyment out of it. Do it. Higher education and a finished apprenticeship. Still can't find a job over here. It can be difficult, can't it? Like, it's a real kiss curse these days. A real kiss curse of, like, we went through a few decades, 2, probably 3 decades minimum. Probably longer than that, really. We probably went 50 years as Western society being basically told that you need to go to university and study well and get lots of pieces of paper that say you're really good at shit. Which, for the most part, wasn't terrible advice. But the reason everybody was told to do that was because up until that point, having a university degree was rare. We should know as well as anybody else, being sort of like mini economy goblins, that it's about supply and demand, isn't it? If everybody has a piece of paper that says they're good at something, it's all of a sudden not really worth a lot. Yet you've still got into humongous amounts of debt and probably spent 4 years of your life getting that piece of paper. It's tough. I can understand why it's frustrating for people. Looking for a job for 6 months before I landed on my current new job. However, a lot of red flags here, so I started looking again until I find something better. I'm of the opinion that you should always have your eyes open these days. You should always have your eyes open. Even Mrs. Manthias, like, she's 15 years deep in her career path, and doing reasonably well from it. But I still remind her permanently that even, like, her last job, she was really content with, really happy with, and had never really been looking for anything else. Then, when the cracks start to form, and you start to think you might want a different challenge or a new challenge, and you haven't really been keeping your eyes open, and you are not really so aware what's going on in the rest of the market, and this sort of stuff. The worst case scenario is if you ever get let go from a current position and you quickly have to find something. You can be right up shit creek. Especially these days when it's as much about who you know as it is what you know. Networking and experience in any given role can be worth a humongous amount. It's what a government-funded school system will do. It'll increase the standard, guaranteed. Can discuss if it's good or a bad thing. When a cleaner needs a university degree in order to get a job. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's almost like, and the problem you'll find as well is when it reaches that point, that your level of education has been so good for so long that you have genuinely risen the standard of education nationwide, all you end up doing is you end up funding all of these people to get very clever, and eventually you'll find a position where if you've got people with master's degrees working at McDonald's, guess what those people with master's degrees are going to do? They're going to go live somewhere else. They're going to go live somewhere else, and then, you know, then you as a nation who have funded their entire childhood and education don't get to reap the rewards of that, because they can go to another country where, that is assuming, of course, your education standards travel, because not all people's do. Kind of depends a little bit what you've got your degree in, but certain topics like mathematics and stuff, for example, are pretty much universal. Even healthcare stuff differs so wildly from one country to another. The actual studying, learning new things is fun for me. I just get bored to do any real completion of courses, tests, and that. Yeah, I mean, it's I make similarities with what I do on a day-to-day basis. You know how many times in the past I've said I enjoy the journey. I don't really like the destination. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of like that back in the day, doing more traditional jobs. As soon as I knew how to do the job, I got real bored of it real fast. Like, the figuring shit out has always been the thing that's intrigued me. I start seeking out something new to figure out. So maybe I'm, you know, maybe I'm not as against studying as I think, but maybe I'm just against reading a textbook for information. Hang on, we've nearly banged out an entire hour here. I've got more than my 100 lumber that I set out to. Maybe I'm close enough to the hour, I'll just finish the hour. Housing lumber helper, does that put the lines on the map? No, the line on the map right now is actually Zygor that's doing that. It's Zygor's Northrend mining route. It's not specifically designed for lumber, and I'm only kind of half following it, if I'm honest, but it's a line to follow, which sometimes just makes the job easier. Routes is a free version that you can make your own ones for. You can import other people's routes as well. Mine these dudes? Huh, you can. Oh my god, we're about to ding 77 as well. We started this hour farming on what? Level 71? We've gained 6 levels this hour just farming. What's that? A level every, like, 10 minutes? Not bad. It's not bad considering I haven't been trying to level. It's just by proxy of doing what we were doing anyway. Western standard, where Western education is deemed more valuable and quote-unquote better than other types of education system and educations, making brain surgeons become cab drivers due to their education is deemed not up to par because they educated themselves in some other country. I mean, yeah, the standardization of this sort of stuff is not very good. I mean, I have a a Mexican family member who was a fully fledged and fully trained lawyer before moving here. He spent a few years trying to do something similar, trying to bring his, you know, I mean, being called, you know, training to become a lawyer is no fucking Mickey Mouse profession in any way, shape, or form. Very, very clever, intelligent guy. But the issue is moving to Finland, it just didn't translate in any way, shape, or form. He spent a few years trying to get into some sort of legal studies over here, or a firm or something, before completely sacking it off. And now he has his own. Now he has his own. Now he just runs his own business. You know, that was the route he chose to go, because even with a high level of education, going from one country to another, it just didn't translate. So it can be difficult, but right, we done the hour. I think we'll we got some stuff done here. We got 50k worth of mats, 124 cold wind lumber. That will do us nicely for crafting a few things. Let's throw that in the war bank. Let's get some of these materials listed and sold, and let's see where we head to next. Close all this for a minute. I need to repair my gear because apparently my boots are broken. Don't know how that's happened.
What are you looking for? Go forth to victory.
Oh, where's a dude that's going to fix my gear? We're over here, probably.
Blood and thunder.
You'll do. 66 gold to repair my gear. Shouldn't have bothered. Jesus. On that note, who wants a bunch of rubbish? Let's get rid of shit that I'm just not even going to bother trying to sell. No, they say every little helps, but I'm not selling anything that's worth less than a gold. Why would I bother? Means all of this rubbish can go in the bin. Most of these BOEs I'm not even going to bother with either. I'm just going to vendor these as well, I think. Any less than a couple of hundred gold on the regional sale average, we'll probably just sack it off. Not worth trying to bother listing it. We'll get tune up on deposit fees, and we don't have the gold to waste. That ring we'll have a bit of a go at though. Rings are an odd one. Rings are an odd one because sometimes people want them at random levels because they don't. I mean, arguably I should use the damn thing myself, but it's an intellect ring. And then these are materials. We'll sell the materials because they will actually sell.
Go with honor.
By the way, don't forget that it's Dark Moon. Oh, I don't know if I can be bothered to do anything Dark Moon related. That said, there's a couple of easy gold making opportunities with the Dark Moon Fair. Okay, I've got a bunch of random stuff here. Want more random stuff. Why was I posting greys on the auction house? How's that happen then? How's that happen then?
What are you looking for?
How's that happen then? These shouldn't go on the auction house. You shouldn't go on the auction house. Nor should you. Talon Guard leg plates. How have they got a regional sale average of 300 gold? Surely not. The fact they're level 17 though, they might be bought by some low level character that doesn't have heirlooms. Also, it's reset day on Tuesday, NA. Oh yeah, I need to remember that. That's very true. These vendor for 3 gold. Mossay Gate, don't know where this came from. Titanium. 100 gold a piece on the titanium. Don't mind if I do. Yo, we got nearly 200 Saronite ore from that hour as well. Easy peasy gold making opportunities like some transmog that never sells. And that. Yep, and that. Yo, Blizz with the biddies. Thank you, my man. Appreciate that. Why didn't the bits alert go off? Appreciate the biddies. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Yo, doubling it up. Doubling it up. Still not working. Yeah, it's I'm not sure why those aren't popping off. I'm not sure what's going on there. Tig old Billy. Yes, Golson, yes. Not here for the notifications. That's true. Get rid of all of this stuff. Crystallized air. Oh, crystallized earth is worth nothing anymore. Crystallized fire seems to be more worth. Well, the Goldsons here been trying to catch this stream for a while. Live on Kick now? You streaming over on Kick now? Interesting. $76 gold for a single motor fire. Are you shitting me? Jesus. Oh, stems don't count. Nobody sells stems. Rid of them. Adder's tongue. Nearly 5 gold on Adder's tongue. Holy. Go away. I guess all herbs these days are worth at least a little bit of something, aren't they? Because of the flipping dye system. So maybe the dye system is not totally useless. Oof. They're too cheap. That's selling that shit out way too cheap, but whatever. Oh wait, hang on, I got a whole load of more materials here. Yes, 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 I know I should be using TSM to post these properly, but these are unlikely to be things I repeatedly farm. These are more sort of like one-time jobs. Post them, they should sell within the 48 hours anyway. The likelihood of them coming back to my mailbox is slim. You're right, you did tell me to go farming Outland. I've got some Outland lumber already though, so I don't directly need to go back there too quickly. What's the point of those Murloc fins, honestly? Sure, that's not going on the auction house. The eggs can go on the auction house. Stag meat, tangy clam meat, sure.
Strength and honor. Go forth.
Ah, teaches drain or herbalism, don't mind if I do. Outland skinning's around 20k an hour. Heavy knot hide is like 300 gold and it goes instantly. Really? Heavy knot hide kits. They're used in some sort of twink gear or speed set or something. Must be something weird going on with them. Wait, hang on. Damp scale eye basilisky doodahs. You can go away. You. Right, there we go. There we go. There's our inventory nice and clean again. Almost a token on him in 3 days. Holy. Good effort.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, has this got something to do with all of the people trying to weirdly min-max their secondary stats for a while?
Be careful out there.
Okay, right. Let's, how much gold have we got now? We have... Jesus, have I genuinely only got 10,000 gold on across the entire account? That's not that doesn't know how much is in my war bank, does it? This is probably closer to reality. We got nearly 20k in the war bank. We got about 30,000 gold. About 30,000 gold. We need to probably spend a little bit of that crafting some decor stuff now. Get some more recipes. I was messing around with tailoring the other day because it was cheap to level. Let me see how far did I get? We used on current gear and adds to slots that can't otherwise be enchanted in midnight. Oh, is that why? Oh, so there's really no other alternative. There's no modern day alternative, so sure, just have +3 stamina. That's funny. That's quite amusing. Right, for tailoring... Oh, what's going on here? I've started to get a few recipes by just leveling up the different expansions. Classic, Outland, Northrend, Cataclysm, Pandaria. Draenor I haven't bothered doing yet. There's a reason why I didn't do Draenor, and I can't remember what it is. I think I looked at leveling Draenor and realised it was far too expensive for me to care. Although I actually realised it's more linked to these things. Secrets of Draenor tailoring. You buy the recipes for Decor with these, I think. So I'm not even sure I need to level up. I don't even think I need to level. Yeah, you just buy the recipes. I don't even need to level Draenor. I don't even need to level it. I just got 3 days of pressing a button to get the 3 recipes. And then, yeah, GG, well played. Look at these. 142 gold to craft it. Potential profit 15k. I mean, ignore the fact that it basically never sells. But, like, when it does, it sells for nearly 10k. That's, in theory, potentially as much as 10k out of basically thin air if you can get one sold. You know, it's a piece of decor at the end of the day. So that's why I didn't do Draenor. Where did I get to with Legion and why did I stop? Draenor, we got to skill 25. Oh, I think with Legion, I hit the part where I've got to go do a bunch of quests and shit. So I'm like, eh. Yeah, I have a suspicion I got to the point where I need to start doing quests and just was like, yeah, I can't be doing with this. Sack this off. The more modern day professions sometimes need you to do a little bit more stuff with them. Some easy cash monies in the Raptors. Not great on a per lumber value, but you know, 2,500 gold. They cost nothing. 8 pieces of lumber. What's 2,500 divided by 8? 350 gold a lumber. Still can't argue, can you really? What we've got here, circular rugs. This takes 30 lumber, which is not as favourable. That's still 300 gold a lumber, give or take. 40 lumber, 30,000 gold for the damn thing. Sheesh. Okay, there's definitely more value in doing some of the Legion stuff. What comes after Legion? BFA? How's BFA leveling look like for tailoring? Right, Zygor. Tell me the way. Tailoring, leveling guides. Zandalari tailoring. Let's go and have a little looky. Mat prices recovering again on the EU. Looks like a lot of prices on mats are going up. I've not checked this. I've not looked in great detail, but it appears as if there's the recent bot-related issues are a touch more under control than they had been for the last few weeks. Why is there not a portal to Orgrimmar here? There is a portal to Orgrimmar here. Why are you not telling me to do that one, Zygor? Right, the Zeppelin to Zaldazar. Is that genuinely the quickest and easiest way I've got to get to BFA? No way. Have I not unlocked I've probably not unlocked half of this stuff, have I? New account problems. What are you telling me to do? Ride the Zeppelin to Zaldazar? There's no way this is the quickest way. What is Zygor telling me to do? I'm going to follow it purely because I'm intrigued. But I genuinely think he's lost the plot. I have faith in Zygor though. I have no idea why it'd be telling me to go this way, but sure. Oh, is it maybe because I'm level 41 and it's confused because I'm level 41? That's also possible. Wait, where the fuck is this? I have never been here before.
Be good.
I have legitimately no idea where this is. Interesting. This is quite the interesting route. I think Zygor's got confused because I'm level 40. Buy a toy in Dornagal that ports you to Colteris, then just talk to an NPC that ports you to Zaldazar. Oh, I absolutely guarantee there's better ways to get here than this. I'm just intrigued to see why. I'm intrigued to see why Zygor's sending me this way. Curiosity more than anything else. Burnished bags selling for 6 to 10k? Jesus. I mean, find something that works. Milk it. Absolutely milk it. Right, while I'm on this boat, I'm going to go for a quick pee. I'll be back in 2. Quick, get off the boat! Get off the boat! AFK on a ship's never gone wrong. We're alright, we got there. It's fine. Survived. Yeah, I wonder if I've never done the intro quests for BFA on my NA account. Very, very possible. In fact, more than possible, I've never done the intro quests for BFA to unlock it. I'm not about to start doing them now, but it's probably why it took me the scenic route to get here. You don't look like you look like tailoring. No, you don't look like tailoring. Who's the tailoring trainer? Oh yeah, there you are. You're sneaky, sneaky.
So I may name mine.
Oh god, I've just realised it's probably flipping
I'll keep you.
buy 4,500 nylon threads. I'm not sure I agree with that.
Only the finest goods.
I didn't even have enough gold for those.
Everything here can be had for a price.
Okay, please hold. If it's going to cost me too much gold, I'm just going to sack this off. Tide spray linen. It's asking us to buy a billion tide spray linen. I'm going to buy 1,000 of those because I don't really want to spend this much gold if I can get away with it. Deep sea satin. Okay, this is where it gets expensive. Deep sea is 2 words apparently. Deep sea satin. Liger wants me to buy 600. No, I'm going to buy 100 maximum. I'm going to see how far this gets us. If it doesn't get us all the way, we'll sack it off for now. It's going to get too expensive. We ain't splashing this amount of cash. Tide spray linen braces. Okay, we're already outside the we're outside the point where you level everything up just by using bandages apparently. So I might quickly sack this off. Plus we need to get a lot deeper into the profession, don't we, to get the recipes here. Where have they gone? Housing decor. And I'm only doing this for 2 recipes here. A rug and a tapestry thing, so yeah, we really don't want to dump humongous amounts of gold into this. We need to get to skill 140. Yeah, this is going to get expensive quickly, isn't it? What does it want us to make? A bunch of braces until we get to 25. Tide spray linen braces. Scrap them, I presume. Maybe once we hit sort of like WOD level for most of the old professions, we'll stop because they're going to get, you know, the more modern professions. Let's say the last 5 expansions start to get a bit more expensive to level them up. The old school shit's cheap as chips.
Which lower do you bargain with? Spirit's blessings.
This up to 50. Yeah, if we're going to have to craft 120 different things here, this is just not going to be worth, is it? Slam all of these in the scrapper in a minute, turn them into expulsum, I reckon. Time to farm the cloth. I mean, there is the logic, yeah, that if the materials are too expensive, then maybe farming them to make some coin is not a terrible idea. I couldn't tell you what the tide spray linen cloth farm is these days, though. It was all done by mount farmers back in the day. God knows where it all comes from now.
Speak, and the lower listen.
Deep sea bandages. We are back in bandage crafting, though. I still remember back in flipping BFA, genuinely watching Zanzibar, I think it was, you know, flip cloth, like, every, like, literally millions of cloth. Mount Farmers made me so much gold, it's crazy. I mean, those mounts back in the day were, I mean, they must have got down to as low as like 10,000 gold a piece, some of them. Embroidered deep sea Saturn. There's embroidered deep sea Saturn. There you are. Get these up to 100. Mounts are still making me a fortune, especially the Mogul. Yeah, I mean, they're still pretty frequently farmed to this day. There was part of me that considered on NA going out and farming one. As a way to just, you know, try and get lucky and then sell it at a massive discount for like a stupidly quick and easy 100k gold. If you get lucky. It's kind of partly worth the gamble. But it's kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, if I did get one and then just choose to sell it quickly, it negates a lot of the process and the, you know, part of the journey of this is grinding through this early stage of not having any gold. You know, if I don't think it's as interesting a journey if, you know, I put all my chips on black and just hope for the best. Collect 555 embroidered deep sea Saturns. Yeah, no. And then you just make battle flags? Oh, well, I mean, we could in theory. We could in theory push this to 120. Did I say 120 is all I need for the decor recipes? I can do 20 of these, I reckon. Well, these take 8 of these per. Flipping hell. Maybe I'm not too interested in grinding out these last 20. Can turn this into YouTube content. Not 100% sure. Arguably, I probably should. But I haven't recorded a lot of, or any of the footage. I'd have to, oh, it is 140 skill. I'd have to almost entirely rely on just stream footage for it, which, I don't know. I might turn it into something like, as a more sort of like end case study rather than like an ongoing series thing or something. Okay, if I have to craft these all the way to 140 at 20 gold a piece, it's only 1,000 gold or something, isn't it? Because I should just buy the embroidered deep sea satin rather than crafting it.
Noah guide.
Oh, where's it gone? 40 times 8, 320. Uh, 2012 times 40 is what, like 480? I've got 410. So like 70 more.
Come to trade.
I need more nylon thread. 18 times 4. Oh, I can't do that maths in my head. Flipping out. 720 minus 505. 2:15. Wait, what?
Browsing my competitors. You will be back.
Oh, actually, you better give me skill all the way. Guaranteed skill all the way. People love these journeys. It's good educational content as well. Yeah, I think the most value is probably in the odd little snippets of wisdom I share when we're going through it. I'm not sure I'll be able to, like... I'm not sure it's my forte capturing all of that knowledge into small bite-sized YouTube form. But as far as stream content goes, I think it's it's probably a little bit more interesting than just watching me run delves. I kind of want to make sure it works. Really, you know, it's still in the theory stage at this point. It's still a bit of a theory that it's even worth doing in the first place. I kind of want to push it to the point where it actually starts making some gold and showcasing that it is worth doing. We can science things on stream a bit easier. I don't want to go to the effort of starting a whole YouTube series to then find out it's a complete fucking waste of time. Right, 140. I should just be able to buy the Decor recipes now. That should actually be it. That's actually significantly less painful than I expected it to be. There we go. The rug, tapestry, boom.
The lower are strong here.
Beautiful. Tapestry, favourite, rug, favourite. 2 more Decor recipes to tailoring. Do it and then do it again for a YouTube series or what? Test it, see if it's actually worth doing on stream, and then turn it into a YouTube series, maybe. Even though most esteemed goal makers make bets, they don't pan out sometimes. Well, yeah, that is true. Not everything's a winner. You ask me, I think you're overthinking it. I mean, I'm going to be brutally honest. A series of that nature is a little bit more effort for YouTube. And the issue I have these days, or at least at this point in time, like, unless it pops off like a flipping gold-bound series, making long-form, highly edited videos for YouTube when I can probably only guarantee a couple of thousand views on the video is a lot of hard work. I'd much rather stream it and sit and chat with you guys while I do it and see if it actually works. What comes after BFA? Shadowlands, right? Shadowlands. Shadowlands tailoring can't be that aggressively bad. Surely not. Surely not. Tailoring. Shadowlands tailoring. You can't get to Ouroboros until you've completed the initial quest. Oh. Oh. That might be reason enough to sack off the whole adventure. I do not want to do the Shadowlands intro quests. Oh, do I just... Oh, yeah. That's 45 minutes of my life I won't get back. Yeah, maybe we pass on Shadowlands then. Professions, tailoring, leveling guides. Oh, and then we're literally into Dragon Isles tailoring. Okay. Hearth to Dragon Scale Base Camp. Why is my Hearthstone set to the Dragon Scale Base Camp? That's a happy accident. A very happy accident. Oh shit, I better be in Chromie time for this. Alright, let's see if I can remember how we easily and quickly level up Dragon Owl's tailoring. Kind of weird to think that you can pretty much do every profession in the game at level 10 these days. There's basically no level requirements to be doing any of this. Excluding, obviously, midnight stuff. Because of Chromie time. Like, you can do anything.
Aspects watch over you.
Genuinely just need to be level 10 to do basically any profession in the game. Another reason why, if this decor system does kind of pop off and work, it's like, there's no reason why anybody couldn't or shouldn't do it. Other than the obvious that if everybody does, it floods, but... Tattered Wildercloth. Tattered Wildercloth. Well, you're basically free. 340 of you. "14 skill points by doing Dragon Isles Unraveling." Dragon Isles Unraveling. Did a patron order yesterday, 200 gold. Message promised to send 5k gold if it came back at max level, and I actually got the 5k. There are honest players out there. Wow, that's crazy. Is that what people are doing now? They'll put a low tip on the public order in case some random dum-dum does it. I mean, fair play. Genuinely fair play. It's kind of clever. Kind of clever when you think about it. You do it at max rank, I'll send you an extra 5k. Fair play to them actually doing it as well.
For the glory of the dragons.
If you also do it in Chromie time at low level, the cost of all the recipes are basically free as well, by the way. Because if you were doing all of this back in Dragonflight back in the day, all of these recipes were like 10, 15, 20 gold a piece. Do it in Chromie time and they're all basically free. Click Hockenblooms. Are you mad? Game's lost its mind. Hang on, how far do we have to... We probably have to get to skill 80, don't we, here, to get the decor? Yeah, 80.
Aspects watch over you.
Hochenbloom. Buy the cheapest. How many do we need? Oh, fucking hell, look at all of these. I should really scrap these. I should go back to BFA and scrap these, shouldn't I? Because there will come a point. In fact, is there ever going to be a point where I need the expulsum? I don't think there is. I might actually just sell all of those off. Wildercloth. Do any of the decor recipes use the expulsum? No, but if you really want to min-max the leveling of profession, you end up getting to a point where you need expulsums. Surveyor's cloth robe. One of you. Go. Gardening hat. One of you.
Ours is a solemn
Oh, we're getting first time craft bonuses as well. Oh, we're getting levels we're not even trying.
honor all dragons.
Getting levels and we're not even trying. Oh, I need 13 more Wildercloth. Are you going to do this to me every step of the process, Zygo? You can tell me to buy 13 Wildercloth every time.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles.
Jeff's hat. I've got flipping guides for all of this content, which I should be using. Some Decor needs Expulsum, I think. Is there any Decor recipe that actually uses Expulsum? Wild if there is. I don't remember that being the case, but...
Guard against chaos.
If I wasn't such a cheapskate right now, I'd just buy a whole bunch of this Wilder cloth, but... Ooh, shit. But I am a cheapskate.
The aspects have returned.
Talk to Thread, find a Pax, train the cord. It's interesting to see if these guides are still like up to, you know, if they're still relevant and still work. 20 more Wilder cloth. Yo, wait, hang on. Why is this all of it? Oh, hang on. I'm getting fucking shafted. Somebody's taking me for a ride. Somebody's legitimately taken me for a ride here. These have just been... This has been reset in price. Flipping hells, I hadn't even noticed. This is what happens when I don't pay attention to what's going on. I'm so used to just spending gold and absolutely not caring about it. I'm getting ripped off here and I didn't even notice. 6 spools of Wilder thread, apparently. Someone watching the stream and resetting what you need. I mean, probably. That's happened before. Why does it claim I'm not at the table? Wow. Pixel perfect on needing the table here. Yo, how much fucking experience were we getting for those first time crafts, by the way?
We protect the Isles. Victory in all your battles.
3 chromatic dust. Cast disenchant. Game? Was it so common for tailors to have disenchanting back in the day that Zygos got confused? Chromatic dust. How many did we need? 3.
What is it? Trust no one.
More spawns, apparently. Can you not snitch? I'm trying to make money. Funny. Right, watch the bar up here. We're at 5,700 experience. It's like it's like 20% of a bar just from a first time craft. Lol. That's kind of ridiculous.
Ours is a solemn burden.
We're only 40 points deep though, and I need to get to 80. This is already going to cost me too much. At this point, I'm actually tempted to come back and do this, especially considering I'm getting skamazed on the price of the wilder cloth.
Go in service.
Once we've got the ball rolling a little bit more, I don't think these two recipes are going to really net me so much profits that they're worth chasing right now. I think what we can pretty safely say now is that we've got ourselves a nice little short list of tailoring recipes. I should probably just try and craft a couple of each of these. Our initial problem is clearly going to be that I do not have the lumber to support a bunch of this, but if we grab the rest of the materials we need, we'll know how much lumber we're missing, and more importantly, where we're missing the lumber from. Give me a regular vendor. I need to clean my inventory a bit. Wait, no, you. General goods. Sack you off. Nobody wants any of you. Wilder cloth fishing cap. This shit ain't selling anymore, is it? Surveyor's tailored cloak. No way that this actually sells. Not anymore. Sell it all, I don't care. Right, so what I should be able to do is now use TSM to help me make some of this decor quick time. We should be able to go restock groups, boom. It's currently set up to make just one of everything. What's the damage on buying mats for one of everything? Okay, I need to fix this now. I just buy everything off the auction house. There's never a point where I'm not buying anything off the auction house. So we'll craft intermediates because we are cheap in that regard. Guild bank needs to just not be there. I ain't buying shit from vendors. I'm not flying around the world picking up dumb shit from vendors when we can buy it all off the auction house. So we'll do it that way. Task list. What's this going to set us back then, do we think? TSM should give me an estimated cost, shouldn't it? Crafting cost of 71,813 gold. With an estimated profit of 14,000 gold. Now, that crafting cost is including the cost of the lumber, though. That's not the shopping list cost. We don't get... TSM doesn't give you a nice summary of what this costs. Alright, well, let's just do a scan and have a look. TSM. How much do I value the lumber at? My lumber values are based on regional sale of the decor. The process is a bit complicated to quickly and easily TLDR. But they're dynamic prices. As of right now, for example... Oh, I haven't set the tooltips up properly. Hang on, give me... Let me start looking at some of this. I also want to buy the cheap shit first. I want to buy the cheap shit first because I don't actually have that much gold. Platinum ore? Why the Christ on a bicycle do we need platinum ore? Hello? Have faith in the process. Yo, these are too expensive right now. I shouldn't be paying this price for these, but... Not enough money. Whoops! We've hit that point already. Okay. The interesting question now is, did buying any of those actually result in enough enough materials to actually craft anything? But right, it's now asking us to make the bolts of ember silk cloth because they were cheaper to make than to just straight up buy. Yeah, TSM will still tell you to go buy the lumber from the auction house, which is a bit of a whoopsie do. But at least in theory, what should happen is once we've collected all of the other materials, it's like, oh, I now know I need to go and farm ashwood lumber and I need to go farm dark pine lumber. I know this is like, 10 minutes farming in each of the zones. My gathering also wants to ignore alts. Because when I buy mats for the purpose of crafting a piece of decor, if I can't craft the piece of decor, I don't want an alt to try and steal it. I'm going to remove all of these. Craft shit when it's profitable, otherwise buy shit off the auction house. If it's not available on the auction house, which will never happen, it will craft it if it's even unprofitable. That's it. Yeah, that's literally it. my source for materials with TSM is easy. Just buy shit off the auction house. Not spending brain power trying to get it any other way. Regional wide materials, basically buy mats on the auction house. No reason to not. Maybe TSM knows something we don't. Oh, well, maybe, but maybe. I really hope they don't ever make lumber tradable. The entire reason this system makes profit at all, I think, is because lumber is requires you to put some effort in. Okay, well, we can actually, in theory, craft a few things here, even if we can't Craft everything. Craft next. Craft next. Now we are missing either lumber or we are missing other stuff. And more so than anything else, we're now short on cash monies. What I want to do is set all of this to go to Muthius. So we craft the decor and then we send it over to Muthius and Muthius sells it. Groups, mail. Now I know that we also need to farm up ashwood lumber and some dark pine lumber. I kind of knew that already. Ashwood is Cataclysm, right? We did Wrath a minute ago, so Cataclysm's next on our list anyway. And then dark pine lumber is what? Wad? I want to say? Is it Wad? So let's go do half hour in Cataclysm then. Bang out half hour, quick cheeky half hour session in Cataclysm. I don't have that much experience farming lumber in Cataclysm. Where am I going to go? Oh, it's probably Oldham, isn't it? We go Oldham. Oh shit, here's a crazy idea. Do I have portals for Cataclysm zones on my NA account? That's not a given, is it? That's not even a given. Actually, this TSM crafting. We need to clear this list. Or that will cause my game to lag out like a beast. Fishing net's worth pennies. Righty. What I want to do next is I want my lumber farming routes. My Oldham route. Ta-da! There's our Oldham route. Magic. Right, let's get there. Hyjal, Twilight Highlands, Oldham. Ah, we're in the wrong Oldham. Is it you? There we go.
Need help?
Give me the other one. Much better. Now we're cooking. Did I pick up Cataclysm Herbing and Ore? Both Cataclysm Herbs and Cataclysm Ore is not a terrible idea to pick up as well. Should have thought about that before I came all... Oh, I should have it by default, shouldn't I? In theory. Yeah, we have it by default. Alright, we should be good. It's on some Tiger Lily. That was farmed a minute ago in... Oh, hang on, we need to put herb tracking back on. Herb tracking back on. Let's get our UI looking as it needs to. We want housing lumber helper. Oh, is this still going? Reset. We now need a little loot appraisal on the go. Check to see if loot appraiser's doing its job. And we go gadget go. Starting with a rich elementium vein. Is it going to work properly? Value for the volatile water. Value for the elementium ore. Beautiful. Oh shit, have I still got chromie time on? Oh, I suppose I still need a few more levels. We'll leave chromie time on for a while. Once I ding 80, we can turn chromie time off. Then all the mobs will go back to their old levels. It shouldn't matter, really. Although actually farming in chromie time probably means you got zero competition, because nobody knows what chromie time does. Or should I say how to abuse chromie time. I haven't picked up a single piece of lumber yet, and it's already 15,000 gold an hour. Already out doing midnight herbing and mining. Lol. I also weirdly haven't seen a lumber yet, which is slightly concerning. When I know there should have been. Why are we not seeing any lumber? Maybe people are abusing chromie time. Actually, yeah, XP locking at 79 might not be a terrible idea. Just so we can farm the chromie time instances. The Cataclysm rare is actually rare. Let's see. Can't remember. Oh, they do drop BOEs. On that herb. I'm not finding lumber, which is concerning. Turn it off and turn it on again in case something weird's going on. Where's me pro farmers at? Chris, do you have lumber related issues in Oldham? Because I don't understand why I'm not seeing any lumber on my map. I have a feeling it's glitched. Oh, I don't want to go Twilight Highlands, though. I hate Twilight Highlands. I got good results out here before. think something's bugged, you know. Something's glitching out on me. Do we do a relog or do we do just as a reload, do we think? If not, we will just go Twilight Highlands. The fact that we turned up here and then had to take the Ziwidomi thing to get it in the right phase does kind of make me think that there's maybe... Or it could just be scuffed in Chromie time. That's entirely possible that Chromie time just might not have the lumber nodes. Yeah, something's sus here. Alright, worth anything these days. Not much. Phase out. Phase back in. There's ironwood lumber. It might just be that Oldham bugged in Chromie time. If that's the case, I'll go switch it off. Yeah, it doesn't want to show any lumber, does it? Let's find a safe place to land, like on a rock. Let's log out, log in. Why did it ding? Who dinged at me? Oh yeah, we're in the right timeline. We got the right timeline, that's not a problem. It's just maybe the lumber's bugged in Chromie time phase. Let's do a quick lap, see if that helped in any way. It's collecting all the Decor recipes as well, by the way. The stream title might cut that bit off. We're not necessarily going for all the Decor. That would be mental sauce. That would be the recipe for a headache for sure. Yeah, we're still seeing no lumber. I have a sneaky suspicion that this zone and Chromie time just doesn't spawn lumber nodes. If I go back to Orgrimmar, we take the portal back to Orgrimmar and then switch Chromie time off. Yeah, oh, hello. Is there a portal back to Orgrimmar? Is it in here? Is there actually a portal back? There must be. Where's the portal back? Where's the portal back? Is there not one? There isn't. There is no portal back. Ah. No, is there a door? That's the bubble light. That's to change the timeline.
Light bless you.
All right, we'll go the scenic route then. We'll take the Hearthstone. We go back to Orgrimmar, turn Chromie time off. So then we get the non-Chromie timeline, because I reckon it's just bugged. Return me to the present time. Thank you, Chromie. There's Chromie time switched off. Now if we go back again, is it going to... We won't really get experience for these last few levels, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it now shows... Doesn't matter if it now shows the lumber like it should. Right, non-invasion timeline. Chromie time off, old timeline. Right, show me lumber. Still not seeing lumber, look. Maybe this zone is just bugged as a whole. I really didn't want to have to go flipping Twilight Highlands. Because that's got so many fucking phasing issues. I mean, we're living in one massive phasing issue, so I can't complain too much right now, but... Whiptail and everything is also worth money. Nobody wants Twilight Jasmine. Is that the name of the herb in Twilight Highlands? I think it was. I remember that right. I need to get out more. Huh. Yeah, weirdly not finding any lumber. That's very odd. We'll come back once we've dinged 80 and the game does its kind of like hard phase change thing. The phasing tech in this game is real weird. Okay, now I have another problem on my hands, which is that now I've just used my Hearthstone, I have to get back au natural. Is the Caverns of Time probably the quickest path now? It probably is, isn't it? Stupid game. All I want is a little bit of lumber. Still need the hatchet. Yeah, you only need that once per character now. Vashir it is then. Woo, you are funny. You are funny. Welcome in, my man. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I've tried all of the obvious things. I think it's just bugged. Oh, Dalaran Hearthstone. That's another one, yeah. Look at my toy collection. I have 8 toys on this account. Okay, let me import me Twilight Highlands route then instead. Not what I was planning on doing, but sure.
Your presence is requested at Moonglade.
Twilight Highlands. Lots of wood, but just an annoying... Right, routes. Import that one. Manthus's Twilight Highland lumber route. Beautiful. Try again. Do I put Chromie time back on? I'm going to put Chromie time back on because we still need 3 levels of experience. I'm probably breaking the game by switching it on and off so many times, but...
Done this before?
Wait, why won't...
Have time for you.
Why won't you talk to me anymore?
It's like meeting again for the first time.
Ha! Is this still a thing? They still haven't fixed this. If you speak to Chromie after level 70, Chromie time works up until level 80, but if you switch it off after level 70, you can't switch it back on again. And then you're basically forced to go back and finish your leveling in... They still haven't fixed this. Alright. Oh, fucking amateur hour. Right. It better fucking show me lumber here. I don't want to be cucked at finding any lumber until I get these last 3 levels now. That will really annoy me. Get some volatile water while we're at it. Oh look, these are level 77. So it's now acting like Chromie time is on again. What the fuck is this game doing? Oh no, are these not scaled up these days anyway? Because of the pre-patch. Another thing that they just haven't turned off. So many fuck... Oh, I swear this whole game is vibe coded these days. Right, at least there's lumber. Oof, right, let's go. At least there's lumber. Right, I only needed like 60 or so lumber, but I think if I do like half an hour or something here. Half an hour here. Am I right in saying Twilight Jasmine is worth absolutely fuck all? 4 gold apiece. Annoyingly, in my world of having 0 gold, I might pick it up. ChatGPT thought it's a good idea. Yeah. Oh, triple lumber. Oh, but we don't get we don't get the Chromie time level experience from gathering. Ah, this is literally the worst of no. This is this is the worst of every situation. I've got mobs scaled up to me, But I'm also not getting the Chromie Time leveling experience. Ah, I should have never have exited Chromie Time. I forgot that bug was a thing. Small indie company, give them some slack. I know. Shouldn't be harsh on them. Shouldn't be harsh on them. It's not like they have all the dollars. That small indie company got held by auto moderator, by the way. I don't know why that is. If you spend all those dollars making smart things, you have less dollars. It's true. Will somebody please think of the profits? I know it's kind of old news these days, but did anybody ever really notice any significant difference with the quote-unquote lumber change that they claimed to make? That I still don't believe they ever did. Which was the... you sometimes get more +2s and more +3s. Which I'm somewhat convinced never actually happened. Okay, I don't know where I got that experience from. No, there is no lumber change, whatever they say. Yeah, I'm people who were like proactively farming lumber were getting 200 to 250 lumber an hour before, and then they made a change saying they increased the amount of lumber, and people were still getting 200 to 250 lumber per hour. So I don't know what change they claim to have ever made. That dragon's going to ruin my day. Blizzard still denies the open world loot dropping change is even a thing. I mean, yeah, but they didn't put out a patch note saying that they'd changed it. Or added it. They've just never said anything publicly about that. Some people claim to have had GM level responses from like tickets and stuff, but assuming that whoever you speak to via a ticket even works for Blizzard these days is a tall order. If it's not on their script, then they don't know what's going on. $200 an hour? How, where, and why, by the way? And pretty much any of the popular farming routes can do 200 an hour. I mean, I know I've only been going 5 minutes, but I mean, I'm on track for 270 an hour right now. like the three main tricks to getting good lumber per hour is be a druid, first and foremost. Be a druid. Focus on lumber. Don't pick up anything else. Completely, like, weird as it sounds, ignore herbs and ore. You're likely to have herbalism and mining on said druid because it's a smart move, but you actually want to completely ignore herbs and ore. And thirdly, use dragon riding. Like, I can't believe the amount of people who I've spoke to who have said that they struggle to get much lumber per hour, and I then find out that they're not using dragon riding. I'm like, well, you're flying at half the speed then. Like, it's no surprise you're not getting anywhere fast if you're you know. Dragon riding is like riding the motorway and you're on a 30-mile-an-hour pedestrian road. So yeah, be a druid, only pick up lumber, and use dragon riding, or whatever they call it these days. And you should average 200 plus an hour quite consistently. I did a Reddit post about the storm assaults. The amount of feedback it got was awesome. After 200 comments, not a single one was positive about the assaults. It's incredible sometimes. It's incredible sometimes just how the general consensus towards a piece of content is so universally the same, yet somehow it never seems to reach Blizzard HQ. Farming the Baron Rivendare mount still won't drop it. Farming lumber would be more productive. Yeah, I don't think I've got that Baron Rivendare mount either. That's one that's eluded me. Is that the one from Strathhome? I've farmed that thing on and off for 20 years. Starting to think that that thing's actually a myth. If you have the achievement, can you duel it? Have one character riding the druid and mounting? I think you have to dismount the druid every time you lumber. But don't quote me on that because I haven't tried it. But in theory, yes. Be a pain, let's ignore you. Yeah, maybe a fourth rule to add to the mix. Completely ignore combat, even if it's at the cost of picking up a node. You want to avoid combat at all costs. Any time you spend in combat is time you're not spending flying around picking up lumber. Which is kind of partly the reason be a druid in the first place. Because then even if you do get dismounted, for example, you still have instant mounting as well. This bit of the route is a little bit annoying, but... I want to go round this mountain because there's a few around here somewhere. Break my own rule and pick up the ore. Yesterday I found out there were pets in the event bag. those flipping... there's the Uber Duber Mega Rare Mog. Which is becoming less Uber Duber Mega Rare come 1207. I hadn't considered the pets, though. I knew about the pets, but I'd kind of forgot that they do drop from the bags. I don't even think they're cageable pets either, though. I don't think it's like you can even just buy those off the auction house if you can't be bothered. Oh, they are cageable. Oh, okay. I mean, that in itself might still... be worth doing them. Double pyrite. By the way, I just tested Oldham and I can only see lumber in the invasion phase on a level 80. Oh, okay. It's probably just being weird then. Triple pyrite? Holy. It's probably just being weird. It's alright. I mean, Twilight Highland works. I just prefer Oldham. Just personal preference. Drop rate's so bad they are impossible to farm. I mean, it will keep good value in the pets, though. You know, it's 6 of one, half a dozen with another. It means if you do get one, at least it's worth something and might hold its value, if that's the case. I don't mind. I don't mind things being rare if they're also tradable. In fact, I tend to prefer it. There is far too, in my opinion, there's far too few, like, actually rare stretch goal kind of items in the game. I'm of the belief they make certain things way too easy to get. On you know, if you take, like, the game as a whole. I tend to think most things that can drop and be traded end up being way too easy to get. When you it's one of the it's one of the best arguments, honestly, against all of the constant, oh, Blizzard just wants everybody to be poor to buy tokens. Blizzard clearly doesn't set out to make everybody poor. In fact, the amount of time and effort they put on managing the economy is almost non-existent, because if they really wanted to make everybody buy tokens, they'd put really prestigious stuff in the game, make it tradable on the auction house, and make them fucking impossible to get. That way they'd all maintain a really high price on the auction house, and, you know, they'd sell more tokens off the back of it. But they don't do that. They don't do that because they do genuinely actually want people to get the rewards and not have to put their hand in their pocket to get them. Contrary to what the internet might tell you. Did they introduce new decor recipes with 0.7? Not to my knowledge. I don't think so. The capybara daughter went nuts when I showed it to her. Now I can't sell it. Oh, well, you made a mistake then. That's on you. Yeah, I'm not outside of like expansion launches and new professions being added. I don't think we'll see any more crafted decor. I think there's about two. There's two. The rough number's 240 pieces of crafted decor pre-midnight expansion. I don't think they'll add any more crafted stuff to any of the old profession stuff. And I don't think they'll add any more midnight crafted stuff now. It's already integrated in. I don't think there's much chance of getting any more. When the last Titan comes out and we get a new refresh on the professions, then they'll probably add more crafted decor then. I think it'll probably just be a bit of a staple like everything else now. It'll just be part of the template. But I can't imagine we'll see any more during the expansion. There's still plenty of decor recipes though that in Midnight are pretty notoriously difficult to get. And in turn then the crafted decor is pretty valuable off the back of it. I mean, that stupid jewel crafting statue thing, for example, is a good one. Now, a few people have made some pretty sizable gold off that piece of decor alone this expansion. How much lumber have we actually farmed? 81. 80. Yeah, still on track to do 272 lumber an hour. Even now, nearly 20 minutes in. So if you follow the basic rules, you can get a good amount of lumber reasonably quick. Plus, of course, if you want the customized roots input codes and everything else funky donkey to go with Decor, shameless promo, check out my Patreon, Goblin Guide to Decor. No, don't want aggro. That's one of those scenarios where I could kill the mobs, or I could just leave. And just leaving and flying to the next node is better than wasting time killing them. He says as he now can't find the node. There we go. Need to go back and farm a rich purple shirt pattern. Cheapest one is 700k again. Flipping hell. I think I sold one of those for like 1 million gold earlier in the expansion. I sold one for an like outrageous amount. I think I randomly found 2 of the recipes in an old guild bank from like way back in the day. And then one of them just fortunately sold. Now, at the moment, I'm valuing Ashwood lumber at 241 gold a piece. Which, if we could craft it all into Decor, would net us somewhere around 50k an hour right now, farming even this lumber. We're getting pretty consistent results in terms of per hour gold. Almost whichever lumber we farm right now. We're only up to Cataclysm mine, so we haven't tested them all, but Still doing a reasonable 50k an hour plus. Basically any lumber so far. It was a bit less with it was ever so slightly less with the cold wind lumber, but I was trying to pick up herbs and ore at the same time and messing about. It would have been over 50k easily if I was just focused on the lumber like I am now. Leave the tentacles alone. Back to RFD you go. Best of luck. So much easier with a map in the middle of the screen. So much easier with a map in the middle of the screen. When it's over here, you're just doing this all the time. When it's in the middle of the screen, I basically watch and fly using the mini-map. And then when I see a node and I'm getting close to it, I switch my eyes to to where the actual node is. Simbers. Crystalline Tear of Loyalty. Where is he? Is mob tameable? Can you actually get a tameable lion? He's a beast. Can hunters get lions? The lion is a very popular tame. Apparently so. 25 gold in the bank. Complete waste of time. Sorry, hunters. Ruined your day. Where is it? There it is. Okay, we've just done half hour then. 109 lumber, which if we were to keep going would 109 lumber times 220 lumber we'd get if we kept at this pace. A little bit less than what the add-on sort of stating, but oh, in fact I started this 5 minutes later somehow. But yeah, easily 200 plus lumber an hour. Wondering if, since I'm here, and actually looking at the time, I'm probably not going to start another farm today. My tolerance for farms in general is always pretty low. We took a bit of we accidentally wasted a bit of time getting here, messing around in Oldham that wasn't working properly. So we spent a little bit longer on this. But I think over the next couple of days, probably going to try and do, you know, half an hour to an hour in each of the different expansions to get, you know, a bit of a stockpile of the wood. We need a bit of seed money to you know, cover the cost of leveling some of these professions to, you know, in a way, buy the recipes right now. Which, without easy access to midnight and, like, easy access to just some cheeky raw gold, this is why I am picking up some of these mats en route. It's a few thousand gold an hour towards leveling the professions and some of the bonus mats you need for crafting the decor in the first place. But we're starting to get a few pieces of decor crafted now. Which means we will hopefully start to sell a few pieces of decor, which gets the turnover rocking and rolling. Do you think getting midnight and then farming midnight for some gold would have been a better strategy? Not really. I mean, in terms of like straight up gold per hour, sure, midnight herbing and oring is the most easy, straightforward, reliable way. But unless I wanted to do it for 15 hours to like play catch up on knowledge points and spend a bunch of gold on buying like tools and all of that sort of stuff, I wouldn't be expecting to do any more than 10 to 15,000 gold an hour in BFA herbing and mining right now. Admittedly, with access to midnight, I would be able to like, you know, get a couple of level 90s, do some world quests, level a skinner or two. You know, there's other options, but not really convinced the quick, easy gold routes are much more, you know, super better anyway. The reality is I'm in no rush because, you know, just farming the lumber itself is going to take... Just lumber itself as a default is going to take me, you know, 10 hours to just hit each of the expansions for like an hour. I'm not trying to do this more, you know, I'm not trying to treat this like a full-time job. We do this on stream, so I do it a few hours a day. After that, I kind of put it down, and that's kind of deliberate. Because then, you know, anything we pick up in those few hours, it gives 18 hours until the next day for some stuff to sell. Have you checked how much your max world quests are giving at the moment? Do you even have access to them? At level 80 without midnight, I haven't checked, no. They nerf all of the world quest gold, don't they? So I'd imagine it's basically 0. Yeah, they nerf all of the gold in the past expansions, don't they? Showing properly. It's not even showing me the world quests properly. This character might not have access to it all yet. Oh, did I not pick up that lumber? Yeah, it's a real slow burn at the moment. I appreciate that. But the way I'm trying to do this is trying to, you know, sort of simulate how it could be for somebody that just, you know, maybe probably has a little bit more account progress than I have in general. I mean, I don't even have a you know, a vendor mount at the moment. But, you know, if you want to spend an hour doing lumbering a day and you want to, in between, you know, occasionally level up an old profession or something, that's kind of what I'm trying to simulate with this, really. The fact that I'm doing it on a brand new account and I'm doing it without even a copy of Midnight is just kind of like... should we call them bonus affixes that aren't necessarily always going to be true for everybody? But I still think an hour or so of lumber farming a day. An hour's worth of lumber farming. You'll slowly rack up, or stack up a nice little collection of decor recipes. And then you'll have a bunch of, quite quickly end up with a bunch of decor crafted and for sale. And, it, you know, even if you only log on to 10, 15,000 gold a day, you know, it's very low effort, very low impact gold making long term. It's just got a little bit more of a setup than picking up a herbalist and a miner. But it will also give you the benefit of that, you know, if you want to take a couple of weeks from not doing that herbing and mining, or that hour's worth of gathering every day, you'll still have the decor to start sell, and it'll still be holding its value probably a lot better than herbs and ore ever would. Most traditional forms of farming, the second you stop farming, you stop making gold. Which isn't totally true with decor. You can front load a lot of the effort, craft a bunch of stuff that will might not necessarily sell like hotcakes, but will sell eventually. Absolutely. No doubt in my mind you'll sell every single piece of decor you craft. Just might, you know, some will take a little bit longer than others. Midnight Marker's still too competitive in my opinion. Sure, if you babysit you'll get nice profits, but with posting like once every 48 hours, I found I can do as much gold in the old world more consistently as well. This is another thing that, I mean, we've spoke about crafting professions being a, you know, a solved problem these days. And with crafting professions being a solved problem, you've also got to kind of remember that the region-wide auction house is also a feature that we've had in the game for so long now. That there's also an element of like competitiveness there as well, that some people just practically control it, and it's one of those. It's not a some. When I say some people practically control it, I don't mean there's one guy there like, you know, flipping puppet mode on the whole thing, but it's an economies at scale thing. You know, it only takes 5 people across the entire region to all be interested in the same material for that material to be 120% controlled 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It takes very little, and when you scale it across an entire region's worth of players on arguably the most popular MMO out there, it's no surprise that every aspect of it gets very competitive very quickly. Especially when you're talking about current expansion stuff. So much so now, even to these days, like even recipes that are considered scarce and expensive are still in the hands of so many people that on the region-wide auction house, they can still be, you know, hammered in value. Just purely because, like I said, it really doesn't take that many people to start competing against each other to saturate a market. Dragonflight's elemental lariat was an interesting case study for this, because it was, you know, it still was a server by server thing. The scarcity of the elemental lariat, for those who remember back at the beginning of Dragonflight, the people who could craft it had a really good excuse for charging like 20k plus per craft, because there was really not that many people on a lot of servers that actually had the recipe. But still, look how expensive that recipe was, and you still were doing like 20k per craft, and there's 80 servers. This unfortunately means like a rare recipe, like the is it the sun silk lining? Which one is it? Or was it the Arcano weave one? I can't remember. The raid recipe spell thread. You know, the value of that recipe was ridiculously high at the beginning of the season. And it probably still is now, I don't even know, but like it still does, even though that the recipe itself is really expensive, it still doesn't mean there's any profit in the actual craft in and of itself. Because on the region-wide auction house, it doesn't take that many people to saturate the demand for it. Even if the recipe's 6 figures. Still why I think Decor's one of the most, or crafted decor and lumber in general was, or still is, relatively well put together. The funny thing is I know what I'm like. I don't think I really put much time or attention into player housing and Decor before it came out. I would have probably hated this. I have a sneaky suspicion I'd have probably pushed against this if I saw it on test platform. But the fact that you have to... Every single piece of decor that's created has to have had quite some work put into it by the crafter. That's the key. Every material requires somebody to go get it, because if they don't, it doesn't exist, excluding bots, obviously. The difference is that the effort has to be done by the same person. That's what makes Decor a little bit different. The farmer of the lumber also has to level up the crafting professions, and then also has to deal with the auction house. You're kind of pushed into being a well-rounded goblin with Decor. You have to learn a little bit of all aspects. You've got to learn how to farm efficiently, you've got to learn how to craft efficiently, and then you've also got to learn how to sell at all. Stupid wolf. Stupid wolf. We're not killing him, he's a pain in the ass to kill. Oh, he drops all of the old... Oh, that's where they come from. Interesting. Do we push for the whole hour here? I think we should. I think we should. That'll then be a good amount of lumber to play with from Cataclysm. Oh, actually, we could just go until we get the achievement, couldn't we? I don't need the achievement. I'm doing it on a druid, but it's a good sort of milestone, isn't it? Nice little milestone. Ooh, choice of lumber. I don't really need that anymore, do I? No, bad Mantheus. Stop picking up stupid stuff that we don't need. Focus on the lumber. Yeah, this is another thing to increase your, I mean, general farming tip as a whole, but for the purpose of lumber as well. Now that they've made the changes to the vigor, you can basically spam that shit so hard. Like, and it makes a world of difference to use it as well. Like, you should be using your surge forward and your what's it called, whirling surge, basically on cooldown. I often use whirling surge when I take off as a way to just give myself a big speed boost, and then you can kind of glide for 5-10 seconds. As long as you don't have to instantly crash land, you really do get places fast. As much, you know, I'm not the most expert farmer. I don't do it all that much, but I've definitely come to realize with doing this a fair amount that just getting places as fast as possible is more important than almost anything else. And it was the same with herbing and mining in Zulaman. Midnight herbing and mining, right? The people who were getting 90,000 gold an hour were the people that were absolutely speeding like faster than you. Like they were spamming that vigor so hard, right? They were never never ever were they vigor capped. Never was whirling surge on off cooldown, for example. It was all about just getting places, fucking using the right finesse flask or something. There was so much emphasis always put on that sort of stuff, and I don't think it makes a blind bit of difference compared to just going places quickly. Just get places. Get from node to node to node to node to node as fast as you physically can. Half a percent more finesse is not going to make a world of difference if you're not even using dragon riding. Where's the node? Stay away. Oh, you stupid. Right. 50 minutes according to Loot Appraiser. Oh, only 44 can... Did I must have started one 6 minutes apart from the other. That doesn't make sense. What am I doing? I'm picking up herbs all of a sudden. I'm thinking about food, that's the problem. Definitely lunchtime. Oh, that's the same one that's being guarded. $191. This, like, current speed thing, you kind of... you probably want that, like, as big as you can fucking get it. What's that add-on called? Monkey Speed? I think it's called Monkey Speed. If you put that, like, fucking huge in the middle of your screen, so you basically can't ignore it. You know, goblin do goblin things. Well, you'll just want to make that number as big as possible for as long as possible. You know, if you can see your personal speedo, you then have a target to trying to go fast. I might do that actually, it could be funny. Oh, it also gives you distance travelled. It's an interesting metric. Can't quite grab that one through the tree. This should be number 200. Boom. In 47 minutes, apparently. I'm not going to be able to grab you, am I? $221 base movement speed on your speed druid. That's ridiculous. That's faster than mounted. That's faster than mounted. And then what did you say? 275 while sprinting? That's kind of crazy. I've never bothered making a speed druid, but I've never really had need for one. The fact that I can count on one hand the amount of hours I've ever spent farming transmog. I've never really made or put much effort into making a proper speed set for a druid. I do like these kind of quirky gear setups for characters, though. Like when the Mage Tower was re-added, I spent like a week or so farming some really wacky old sort of really odd gear, like Biss gear, but for like a Mage Tower build. It was so niche and so like bespoke. But it was fun because it pushed you to like weird corners of the game that you just hadn't been to in probably years at that point, if ever at all. It's why I kind of liked the Twinking sets. But Blizzard seems to have a bit of a stick up their bum to kind of make those Twink sets kind of pretty hard nerfed most of the time. As quick as you finish making a set, like the bar moves. Well, I suppose every time we have an expansion or a squish or something like that. Problem with playing a speed druid is after you've farmed on one, everything else feels slow. Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's no turning back, is there? It's the remix effect. Takes a week or two after playing remix to get used to being so goddamn slow in the game again. We were talking about this a bit earlier. Did we decide what the optimum level is these days for a speed druid? Like I said, I don't know a humongous amount about this, but isn't it often that you have to stay under a certain level in order to be able to use certain gear or enchants? Or is all of that changed? Know who has a guide on speed sets? Good watch, by the way. I imagine Student. Surely he does videos on this like every 6 months, right? Would be my assumption. $61 is optimal until level 90 speed stuff starts dropping better item level. Then the level 80 stuff is hard to find. Level 70 stuff is impossible to find now. Probably just because it gets, you know, consumed and used, doesn't it? And is, yeah, borderline impossible to farm for. So the optimum level ends up rising more for just availability reasons more than anything else. Is the 133 gear, that must be dropping with tertiaries on it. Does the speed stack nicely on a level 80 with 133 gear? I'm just thinking for my bonus druid who's level 80, who is on the alliance side, so isn't going to be doing too much other than maybe put a basic speed set on him to go faster and farm a few things if I get the itch. As we're trying new things at the moment. Yo! 2-3-2-2. Flipping out. Stacking up the bonuses. RNG's blessing me at the moment. Oh, back to 1. Should never have said anything. Spoke too soon. Level 61 is easy since you can buy the huge majority of the Shadowlands crafted stuff. Oh yeah, all of the optional crafting reagents. You had the speed sales, or what were they called? Yeah. Yeah, I actually at the end of Shadowlands had quite a few alts that just had a whole bunch of that gear on, just like accidentally, because back at the end of Shadowlands it was cheap to make and partly used as catch-up gear. And assuming you got the recipes, it's probably free to craft that sort of stuff these days as well. No. Oh, his spear hit me. Son of a bitch. Gonna be an idiot about things as well. Don't be an idiot, don't be an idiot, don't be an idiot, don't be an idiot. Later, bitch. Oh, you're an idiot too. Huge amount of 70 speed stuff was made bind on pickup by Blizzard, so it's hard to find the BOEs. Interesting, okay. Yeah, we might investigate this. This is something that makes more sense for me to investigate once we've got... Not too soon, because I still need to do the hustle at the moment of, like, farming up seed gold for leveling professions and getting access to recipes. And even seed gold for crafting the decor in the first place. But once we start to get, like, a reasonable inventory, we can take a day where we're not doing particularly too much lumber farming, but instead look at, like, you know, what else can we do to supplement the gold on days where we don't want to farm, or don't want to farm lumber, should I say. But we've got to get the foundation set first. Mess around with things like speed sets. Right, a few more. We should get the achievement. Oh, that was a double. That was a double bubble. Boom! What did that take us? 1 hour and 4 minutes. 1 hour and 4 minutes to get the achievement. So 250 lumber in an hour. That'll do. Don't mind that. Don't mind that. About 60k gold in value there, assuming we can turn all of the lumber into decor. And our lumber value is based on regional average prices. So it's relatively accurate. Which is cool. Take those. Right, half back. Put these odds and ends materials up on the auction house. Yeah, Rumble coin, we get it. Sold a few bits and pieces. Seems so crazy caring about 600 gold in a mailbox, but it's kind of what you got to do when you're hustling. Kind of what you got to do when you're hustling. I swear Elementium ore used to be more expensive than this. Holy. Sure. We'll take it. Volatile waters, some whiptails, 500 gold a whiptail. Hello. Cheeky. Who's doing bait undercuts on flipping gems from 5 expansions ago? What we got up here? What are you? Literally never found. What's the regional sale average on this? 200 gold. Okay. Right. Bunch of stuff on the auction house for sale now. And I think with a few thousand gold in the bags and another lumber achievement sorted, I think I'm going to leave it there for today. As I mentioned, I don't particularly want to treat this like a full-time job. I just want to do a couple of hours of farming and decor crafting a day, really. A little bit more at the moment in order to get the basics set up. But, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's not going to be too long before we got a couple of professions fully organised. Bunch of 10, 15, 20 decor recipes up for sale. And then it's just the matter of getting some of it sold. So it'll start coming together nicely now, I think. I hope that's the plan. Thanks for joining. I appreciate the company. I hope some of this is at least useful. There's the odd snippet of, the odd nugget of value in there, I hope, for boys and girls. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. It's a little quiet in the Discord at the moment. People are sort of taking a bit of a break before it ramps up again for next season. But I will be back tomorrow. We might actually do an EU retail day tomorrow. Might do an EU reset just to prep ahead of, make sure I've got all my weekly stuff done. So we might take a pause on this tomorrow. Possibly. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. But then Wednesday we'll probably be back at it again. Yeah. Thanks for sticking around. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. And yeah, I'll catch you next time. Have a good one. Peace.